18. Jenny Sheffield woke up as a car door slammed outside the open front window of the room in which she'd been sleeping. For a minute, she wasn't sure where she was, but as she rubbed at her eyes and came fully awake, the doorbell chimed and she remembered. Kelly Anderson had gotten lost in the swamp and, Jenny recalled, her father and brother had gone looking for her. Maybe they were back now. She slid out of the bed and went to the back window, looking out at the dock, hoping to see their boat tied up there. The dock was empty, and though she looked as far up and down the canal as she could see, it too was deserted. Turning away, she scurried across the room to the other window, the one that overlooked the driveway, and peered down. There was a police car in the street in front of the house, its headlights on and a flashing light revolving on the roof. But if her father and Michael hadn't come back yet, why were the police here? Clad in one of Kelly's pajama tops, she went to the door and opened it a crack, pressing her eye to the narrow gap. From where she was, she could barely see down the stairs to the front door. But she could hear voices in the living room, and then there was a muted scream. No! There was just the one word. For a split second, Jenny thought someone had seen her and was telling her to shut the door. But before she could do anything, she heard another sound. It sounded like someone crying. Pulling the door open, she tiptoed to the landing at the top of the stairs and looked down. Now she could see into the living room. 2 policemen were standing near the coffee table, and her mother was sitting on the couch with Kelly's mother next to her. It was her mother who was crying. Frightened, Jenny ran down the stairs, then scuttled over to the couch, climbing up into her mother's lap.
Mommy? What's wrong?
Barbara, wiping away the tears that had overwhelmed her when Tim Kitteridge had told her the news, hugged Jenny close. "It's nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart," she said, not knowing whether she was trying to reassure her daughter or herself. "Michael just went off by himself while everyone was looking for Kelly, and now they can't find him either." Jenny gazed worriedly up into her mother's face.
Are you scared?
"No, darling, of course not," Barbara lied. Forcing a tiny, shaky smile, she added, "Well, maybe a little."
But Michael knows all about the swamp,
Jenny told her.
He goes there all the time.
"I know, honey," Barbara sighed, sniffling and wiping her eyes with the Kleenex Mary Anderson had handed her. "I'm just being silly. Your daddy's out looking for him, and by now they're probably all together again." She eased Jenny off her lap and stood up. "And if you don't go back to bed, you're not going to want to get up in the morning. Come on." With an apology to the 2 officers and a promise to be right back, she led Jenny back up to Kelly's room and tucked her back in the bed. "Now I want you to go back to sleep," she said, leaning over to kiss the little girl. Jenny frowned up at her mother in the darkness.
Is something bad going to happen to Michael?
"No," Barbara insisted, putting a conviction into her voice that she wished she felt. "He just went the wrong way and now Daddy has to look for him, that's all." Barbara kissed Jenny again and gave her a final tucking in. "Try to sleep, honey, all right?"
All right,
Jenny replied, turning over and closing her eyes. But as soon as her mother was gone, she sat up, slid out of the bed, and crept back out to the landing so she could hear whatever was going on downstairs. "I don't understand why you're not out there with them," she heard her mother saying. "Mrs. Sheffield, there are still 5 men out there, but searching that swamp at night is like looking for a needle in a haystack." "But our children," Mary Anderson began. The police chief cut in. "Believe me, I know how you feel, Mrs. Anderson. And whether you believe it or not, we're doing everything we can. By sunup, Marty and I are going to have enough men out here to search the swamp inch by inch. But that takes some organization, and I can't do that and be out there in a boat, too." "I know," Barbara sighed, determined not to give in to the fear that was threatening to overwhelm her. "Just let us know what's going on." "You can count on it. And try not to worry. Michael knows the swamp, and Kelly just might walk out any time. His gaze shifted to Mary Anderson. If she was as mad as it sounds like, it seems to me there's a pretty good chance that she doesn't want to be found. I have an idea she might just know exactly where she is and come back home once she cools down. Or she might do something else, Mary replied, her voice trembling. If she believes her father thinks she's crazy, she might try to kill herself again. But we can't even find her to tell her that no one's mad at her. She shook her head sadly. And even if we could, I don't think she'd believe a word any adult said to her. Barbara managed a sorrowful, wry smile. Maybe we sent the wrong people out to look for her, she said. Maybe Jenny and I should have gone. As her mother and the policeman started toward the front door, Jenny silently darted back into Kelly's room, quietly closing the door behind her. But instead of getting back into bed, she pulled off the pajama top and began putting on her clothes. She put her underwear on backward in the darkness, but didn't notice it, then got into her jeans and pulled her t-shirt over her head. Shoving her bare feet into her shoes, she fumbled with the laces, but finally got them tied. As she carefully opened the outside door and stepped onto the landing, she felt a pang of fear. What if she got lost too? She gazed apprehensively at the swamp in the distance and almost changed her mind. But then she saw the path along the edge of the canal and the bright pools of light that flooded from the lamps that lined it every 100 feet. If she stayed on the path, nothing bad could happen to her, and she could call out to Kelly from there. And if she actually found Kelly... She felt a surge of excitement. The last of her fear evaporated as she set out on her adventure. Kelly felt as though she was drowning in a sea of blackness. It was all around her, pressing down on her, constricting her. She had to struggle, had to free herself from its grip. She tried to move, but it felt as if she was mired in quicksand. But then, far off, there was a faint glimmer of light. If she could reach it, bring it into focus, she'd be all right. But it was so far away, and she was so tired. She moaned softly, and then felt her arms move. The light brightened, and she realized her eyes were open. The moon. It was the bright crescent of the moon she saw, and as she came slowly back to consciousness, she began to remember. Running through the swamp, her terror growing every minute. The alligator attacking her. The shot exploding only a few yards away from her. The hands lifting her out of the mud, pulling her into the boat. The face. The swamp rat's face. Her breath caught in a gasp of sudden fear. Almost involuntarily, her eyes shifted from the bright light of the moon to the face of the man who sat at the center of the boat. Not a man. A boy. A boy she'd seen before. And then it came back to her. I know you, she said. I saw you the first night I was here. You were at the edge of the swamp. Jonas nodded. I was watching out for you. Kelly frowned. But I was looking for you. I couldn't find you. Jonas pulled at the oars, and the boat slid silently into a narrow passage between two islets. Don't matter. I was there and made sure nothing happened to you. Like tonight. Kelly's frown deepened. You mean you were looking for me? Didn't have to look. I knowed where you was at. But there's lots of other folk looking for you too, but they didn't know where you was. Kelly fell silent, studying the boy in the faint light of the moon. His clothes were little more than rags, and he looked half-starved with his hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. If she'd seen him in Villejeune, she knew she would have been afraid of him. And yet now, in the middle of the night, in the swamp, she felt no fear of him at all. Indeed, she felt as if she knew him. You're one of them, aren't you? She asked. Jonas gazed at her with his strange, empty eyes, but said nothing. Instead, he silently kept rowing the boat, guiding it effortlessly through the tangle of waterways. Lights began to glimmer here and there, the soft, warm glow of oil lanterns. They were passing the strange, stilted houses of the swamp rats now, but although the boy did not say a word, Kelly was certain that wherever they were going, it was not here. It was somewhere else, somewhere even deeper in the swamp. They moved on, Jonas handling the oars with such skill that not even the faintest splashing betrayed their presence. When they were gone, only the rippling of the water from the boat's bow gave evidence that they had been there at all. And only Amelie Colton, sitting silently on her porch, saw them pass. Something stirred inside her as she watched the small boat move slowly through the bayou, and she rose up from her sagging chair, then climbed down from the porch into the worn skiff that was tied up to one of the pilings. There was just enough moonlight to let her follow the rippling trail of Jonas's boat.
Kelly?
Jenny called out, her voice barely more than a whisper.
Kelly, it's me!
She paused, listening, but heard nothing except the chirping of the insects. She wasn't sure how far she'd come, but finally the paved path along the canal came to an end. Ahead of her lay a field, dotted with pines and choked with kudzu, with only a narrow trail edging the drainage channel. She had stopped, wondering if maybe she shouldn't go back home, when she suddenly realized where she was. Her own house was on the other side of the field and 2 blocks farther down. Though she'd never been on this side of the field before, she and her friends often played along the other edge, hiding in the vines, pretending they were in the jungle. And there was a house right on the canal, halfway across the field, that she used to think was a scary place where a witch lived. But her father had taken her there one day and told her that it wasn't a witch's house at all.
"A policeman lives there,"
he'd told her.
"And if you're ever playing out here and see a stranger or get lost, you go there and he'll take care of you. There's nothing in that house to be afraid of."
She'd looked at the house, with all its paint worn off, and propped up on stilts that looked like they might fall down, and wondered how anyone but a witch could live in anything like it. But then her father had gone right up to the back door and knocked, and a man had opened it. His name was Mr. Duval, and he wasn't scary at all. He'd even told her he'd take her out and teach her how to fish sometime if she wanted. She still hesitated, searching in the darkness for a light in the house. From where she was, all she could see was the roof, barely visible through the trees. But if Kelly was lost, maybe she knew to go to that house too. Resolutely, she started along the dirt trail, trying not to think about how far away the lights of the subdivision behind her were getting, or what might be hiding in the kudzu, waiting to jump out at her. Off to her right, she heard something move in the bushes, and she broke into a run. And then she was there. The house stood at the edge of the canal, its front porch jutting out over the water just like she remembered it. She ran around to the back door and knocked loudly.
Mr. Duval?
She called out.
It's me, it's Jenny Sheffield.
Her heart was still beating fast, and she listened hard, certain that whatever she'd heard in the bushes might be coming after her. But then she heard a sound from inside the house, and a second later the door opened a crack.
Mr. Duval? It's me. I'm looking for Kelly. She's lost, and I thought maybe she came here.
Judd Duval gazed down at the little girl, his mind racing. When he'd first heard the pounding at the door, he'd been certain it was Kitteridge, come looking for him. But when he'd heard the little girl's voice, an idea had suddenly come to him. He'd struggled to his feet, every joint aching now, and steadied himself with trembling hands for a moment before he'd been able to get to the back door. Now, as he looked down at Jenny, a surge of adrenaline energized him.
"She's not here,"
he said.
"But I know where we can find her. Would you like me to take you there?"
Jenny nodded eagerly, and Judd Duval stepped out onto the back porch, pulling the door closed behind him.
"We have to go in the car,"
he explained. Jenny frowned. The car? But Kelly was in the swamp. And there was something funny about his voice, too. Then Judd turned and the light of the moon fell onto his face. Jenny's eyes widened as she stared at the wrinkles in his skin and his deeply sunken eyes. He didn't look anything like she remembered him at all. He looked old and sick, and there was something about the way he was staring at her that frightened her. Instinctively, she backed away, but Judd reached out and grasped her wrist.
"Don't run away, Jenny,"
he said, his voice rasping. Jenny struggled, trying to pull away from him, but Judd's grip tightened. He picked her up and carried her into the house. Fumbling in the dark, he found the nylon ties he carried instead of handcuffs and, twisting Jenny's arms around behind her back, bound her wrists.
Stop that!
Jenny screamed.
I want to go home.
Judd's hand clamped over the little girl's mouth, and he reached for a dish towel, tying it around her head as a makeshift gag. 30 seconds later, 2 more of the nylon ties bound her ankles together, immobilizing her. Picking her up again, ignoring her struggles, he took her out the back door and carried her the 10 yards to his squad car, which was parked under one of the pine trees. He opened the trunk, put her inside, then closed the lid again. Trembling more violently than before, he hurried around to the driver's door, got in, and started the engine. Putting the car in gear, he made a U-turn and steered quickly up his rutted drive to the main road. He paused there for a moment, his own lights out, searching for any other cars. But the highway was deserted, and finally he turned on his headlights. He wasn't too worried. His destination was in the opposite direction from the village. With any luck at all, he'd have the road completely to himself. Warren Phillips switched on the porch light and looked through the window to see Judd Duval standing outside, his sunken eyes glowing maniacally in the light from the globe above the door. Unlocking the bolt, he opened the door and pulled Judd inside.
"What are you doing here?"
he demanded.
"My shot,"
Judd croaked, his voice rattling in his throat.
"I got to have my shot. Look at me, I'm dying."
Phillips's voice hardened.
"I told you the price. I need children, Judd."
"I got one,"
Judd said, his lips twisting into an ugly grin. Phillips's eyes narrowed.
"Who? There aren't any."
"Not a baby,"
Judd interrupted.
"But she's young enough. She's in the trunk of my car."
Fury welled up in Phillips.
"Are you out of your mind?"
he demanded.
"What have you done, Judd?"
"I got you what you wanted,"
Judd insisted.
"Where?"
Phillips spat.
"Who is it? How did you get her?"
"Craig Sheffield's kid,"
Judd replied.
"And I didn't do anything. She came right up to my back door."
"In the middle of the night?"
Phillips demanded.
"I'm not a fool, Judd."
Duval's lips curled into a malevolent smile.
"She was looking for the Anderson girl,"
he explained.
"There've been people looking for her all night out in the swamp, and then this kid came up to my door asking me if she was there. She was alone, Doc. I figure she must have snuck out."
Phillips glared furiously at the other man.
"And you don't think anybody will miss her? For Christ's sake, Judd."
"So what if they miss her?"
Judd whined.
"All they can do is look in the swamp and they can't find what ain't there. And you need her. You told me you need kids."
Phillips's mind raced. Jenny Sheffield was only 6 years old, and the magical gland inside her had barely begun to atrophy. But if they started searching the swamp for her and didn't find her, they wouldn't give up. Not until they either found Jenny or her body. And then he realized there was a way. If they found her body...
"All right,"
he said.
"Take the car around to the back and bring her in."
Judd held his palsied hands up. His fingers were shriveled and curling in upon themselves, the nails cracking with age.
"I don't know if I can, Doc. I'm getting weaker."
"Do it,"
Phillips ordered him. "I'll meet you in the back." 3 minutes later, Judd carried Jenny through the back door. She was still struggling, and incoherent screams, muffled by the gag in her mouth, rose from her throat.
"Put her down,"
Phillips told Judd Duval, who immediately lowered the terrified child to the floor. Phillips knelt down and slid a hypodermic needle into the vein of Jenny's forearm. Jenny's eyes widened in fear as she watched him press the plunger on the needle, but a few seconds later she slumped to the floor, her eyes closing. Phillips cut away the nylon straps that bound her wrists and ankles, then removed the gag from her mouth. Picking her up, he carried her into the library and laid her on the couch. Finally, he went to one of the pictures that hung on the walls, swung it away, and opened a wall safe, from which he removed a small vial of clear fluid and another hypodermic needle. Filling the needle carefully, he slid it into Judd Duval's arm and pressed the plunger.
"Lie down,"
he told Duval.
"Get some sleep. By sunrise, you'll feel a lot better."
Judd sank gratefully onto the sofa opposite the one on which Jenny lay, already feeling the rejuvenating effects of the shot. The aching in his joints was fading away, and the deathly railing in his lungs was easing. He could feel the years rolling away as the shot restored his youth, as it always did. It was like emerging from quicksand, struggling back from the black paralysis of death to the full light and vigor of life. Smiling, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. 19. Clary Lambert waited, her eyes closed, her mind turned inward to focus on the children. They were close now. She could feel Kelly and Jonas drawing near, sense that Michael was not far behind. Clary was tired. It had been hours since she'd first sensed Kelly's presence in the swamp, knowing instantly that the girl was alone and frightened. She'd tried to reach out to Kelly, tried to show her the way back, but Kelly's mind, confused, had stayed just beyond her reach, and the best she'd been able to do was steer the child out of danger, keeping her away from the worst of the quicksand and sinkholes that lay like traps, concealed by rings of apparently sheltering trees, inviting the unwary. Then the cottonmouth had appeared, and she'd had to struggle against Kelly's urge to run from the snake, finally seizing control of her mind, willing the girl not to move. But in the end she'd succeeded, at last searching for Jonas and guiding him through the swamp, sending him ever closer to Kelly. Now they were only a few hundred yards from her house, and she finally let herself relax. She opened her eyes, blinking in the soft glow of the lantern light that filled the room, and pushed herself out of her chair. She felt every year of her age tonight, and wondered how much longer she would be able to stay alive, how much longer she would be able to keep her vigil over the children. Of course, the Dark Man had promised that she could live forever, but she had refused the elixir he offered, disbelieving his promises. The Dark Man had promised her the Fountain of Youth so many years ago. Now she was old, and he was still young. Young because of what he stole from the children of the swamp. She didn't pretend to understand all of it, but knew well enough what the needles inserted in the chests of the babies were for.
"It's only a little blood,"
he'd told her.
"It doesn't hurt the children at all."
Clary knew better. What he was stealing from the children was not just their blood, but their youth. Their youth and their very souls as well. She knew. She'd watched them grow up, seen their empty eyes, watched them follow the Dark Man's will, doing whatever he told them to do. No, it wasn't merely blood he took from them. It was the essence of their being, delivered to the men of Villejeune. The men who paid the Dark Man and did his bidding. The men who should have died years ago and were living on the youth of their own children. The men she'd come to hate almost as much as she hated the Dark Man himself. Kelly gazed up at the old woman who stood on the porch. The woman's face was lost in shadows, yet despite the darkness, Kelly still felt a deep certainty that she knew this woman.
"Come up, child,"
Clary said, her voice rough with age. Kelly rose shakily and climbed up the ladder that led from the bayou's surface up onto the porch 6 feet above. The woman turned toward her, and lamplight from the open door flooded onto her face. Kelly gasped. The skin of the woman's face, dry as parchment, hung in deep wrinkles, and her thin hair was drawn back in a knot at the nape of her neck. She wore a black dress that hung loosely over her bony frame, and when she reached out toward Kelly, her hands, with their swollen knuckles and crooked fingers, had the look of a crow's claws. But though the hands and face of the woman were as grotesquely distorted with age as the image Kelly had seen so often in her dreams and in her mirror, there was something in the crone's eyes that instantly quelled the wave of fear that had risen inside her. These eyes had no cruelty to them at all, gazing out of their deep sockets with a warm compassion that made Kelly want to put herself into the woman's arms and be held by her.
"Come, my dear,"
Clary said softly, both her arms extended now.
"Come and let me hold you again."
Silently, Kelly moved to the old woman. As Clary's arms closed around her, she felt a sense of well-being come over her.
"So pretty,"
Clary crooned softly, her shriveled fingers gently stroking Kelly's hair.
"Always the prettiest, always the sweetest."
Kelly stood still, resting her head against Clary's withered breast, hearing the old woman's heart beat softly within. Again that strange sense of familiarity passed over her, as though this woman had held her before. The low throbbing of an outboard sounded in the darkness, and then a second boat appeared. Its occupant cut the engine almost as soon as it came into view, and a moment later the craft drifted up to the house. Jonas silently took the bowline from Michael, fastening it to one of the pilings. The two boys climbed up the ladder, and as they stepped onto the porch, Clary released Kelly from her embrace, took her hand, and led her into the house. Michael and Jonas followed. Clary closed the door when they were all inside, then turned the lantern up so that its bright glow washed the shadows from the room. She turned and smiled at Kelly.
"Do you remember my little house?"
Kelly gazed curiously around the single room, which held a coal-burning stove in one corner, a sink and cupboard against the back wall, and a sagging bed in the corner opposite the stove. At the foot of the bed there was an old-fashioned iron bathtub, barely large enough for a single person to crouch in. There was a worn sofa against one of the walls, and a rocking chair sitting close to the stove. A braided rug, little more than a rag, covered the floor. Never had she seen anything like the tiny house, and yet, like the woman herself, it seemed strangely familiar. I don't know," she faltered.
"Come here, child,"
Clary said, leading Kelly to the sink. She worked the handle of a pump, and water spurted into the sink. Taking a washcloth from a hook at the counter's edge, she put it into Kelly's hands.
"You'll be even prettier with the mud gone from your face."
Kelly gazed into the cracked mirror above the sink. Her face was smeared with mud and slime, and her hair was caked with it as well. She bent over, putting her head beneath the pump's spout, then began working the handle, letting the water gush over her, washing away the grime from the swamp. At last she used the washcloth to wipe away the last flecks from her face, then groped for the towel that hung from the same hook from which Clary had taken the washcloth. Wrapping the towel around her hair, she straightened up. In the mirror, she saw the image of the ancient being who had haunted her all her life. She gasped, but then heard the old woman's gentle laughter.
"It's all right,"
Clary told her.
"It's not him, it's only me. Only Clary."
Kelly felt the blood drain from her face and turned to face the old woman. "How do you know about him?" Clary smiled, revealing worn teeth.
"Now, never you mind how I know. There's lots I know."
Her eyes fixed on Kelly.
"Do you want me to tell you who you be?"
Kelly said nothing, watching the old woman mutely.
"He stoked you.
Clary told her.
The dark man stole you from your mama and brung you to me before you was even a day old. Then he took you away again and said you would never be back, that he were letting you go.
Her chin quivered and a tear ran down her cheek.
But it were too late, weren't it? She asked. He'd already took your soul, and I couldn't give it back to you.
Kelly's eyes darted toward Michael, who was listening raptly.
That's what's wrong with us, isn't it?
He asked softly.
That's why we never feel like other people.
Clary nodded.
It's what he takes from you. He says it ain't true, but I know it is. It's how you feel, ain't it? Like you're dead?
It's always been that way,
Kelly breathed.
Ever since I was a little girl, I thought I was crazy.
Hush,
Clary told her.
Don't you go thinking that. It ain't you that's crazy, it's him. And now it's time to stop it if and we can.
She began talking, her voice droning softly in the night.
I know who they be, all of them.
Her eyes came to rest on Kelly once again.
And that's why you come back. He said you wouldn't never come back, but he was wrong. You did come back, and now it's time.
Michael's brows knit.
Time?
He echoed.
Time for what?
Clary Lambert's voice hardened.
Time to end it. It's time to take your souls back from them's as stole 'em.
There was a long silence in the room, and then Michael spoke, his voice barely audible.
Did the dark man bring me to you, too?
Clary's eyes turned to twin fragments of glittering stone.
Oh, yes,
she whispered.
He brung you to me, but I knowed he wouldn't keep you in the swamp.
There was a heavy silence, and Michael sensed what she was about to say even before she spoke the words.
He's your papa,
she finally said.
You be the dark man's son.
Outside, Amelie Colton carefully dipped her oars into the water and silently pulled her boat away from Clary Lambert's house. She'd heard it all, listened to everything Clary had said. And now she knew. Her baby hadn't died at all. Hers and who else's? But who could she tell? Who would believe her? Craig Sheffield glanced at his watch. It was almost 4 in the morning, and not only Kelly Anderson, but now Michael, too, seemed to have been swallowed up by the swamp. Until an hour ago, he'd maintained the hope that if he went just a little farther, rounded one more bend, circled one more of the endless tiny islands, he would come upon Michael's boat and find that nothing more serious than an empty gas tank had befallen his son. But hope had finally begun to drain away, and though he kept on searching, he felt as if his mind had been dulled by the long night. He still stopped every few yards, cut the engine, and listened for the sound of a motor puttering in the distance. But there was nothing. Nothing except the endless droning of the insects, a droning he'd long since stopped hearing, except when he wanted to hear the sound of Kelly's voice or Michael's boat. Then the night sound seemed to rise to a deafening level, drowning out anything else that might be there. He rounded another curve and cut the engine yet again. 100 feet away he could see the glowing green light of Carl Anderson's starboard lamp, and farther away he could make out the white stern light of one of the other boats that had lingered in the swamp, its occupant refusing to give up until the sun rose and brought with it the searchers that Tim Kitteridge had promised. But all of them were as tired as Craig himself was now, and he wondered if perhaps unknowingly they'd passed Kelly by, her own calls drowned out by the engines of the boats and the eternal insects. The bayliner drifted to a stop, and Craig sat behind the wheel, listening. The moon had risen high in the sky now, its reflection glimmering on the surface of the water. Every now and then, Craig could see the glowing eyes of nocturnal animals foraging for food, pausing in their hunt to stare at him. Once, half an hour ago, a screech had rent the night, and the insects had gone suddenly silent. A chill had passed through Craig, but whatever had been attacked in the darkness made no more sounds, and soon the insects had resumed their endless song. Now, though, as he sat in the darkness, a new song came to him. Barely audible at first, it grew steadily louder. A boat, coming toward him, its engine throbbing in the night. He waited, unconsciously holding his breath, certain he recognized the unique rhythm of the motor. At last, from out of one of the narrow channels, a shadow appeared, a white froth of wake spreading out behind it. Craig stood up in the bayliner, hope surging once more.
Michael? Michael!
The boat turned and sped up, and a moment later the little skiff, with Kelly sitting on the center seat and Michael astern next to the engine, pulled alongside.
Dad? Dad, I found her!
Tears of relief flooded Craig's eyes and a lump rose in his throat.
You're okay?
He cried, his voice cracking.
Both of you? We're fine,
Michael replied. Craig gaped helplessly at his son, not sure whether to laugh or cry or vent the rage he felt at Michael for going off alone and frightening him so. Bone tired, he'd been wandering through the swamp for hours, searching for his son, fearing the worst. But now that didn't matter. Michael was safe, and he'd found Kelly. Craig reached down to the dash of the bayliner and began flashing his navigation lights. All around him the other boats turned toward him, moving quickly closer.
They're back,
Craig yelled as Carl Anderson's boat came near.
Michael found Kelly.
Carl pulled his boat alongside Craig's and tossed a line to the other man. Michael pulled his boat up to Carl's.
Kelly?
Ted Anderson said, his voice shaking.
Honey, are you all right?
Kelly looked up at her father.
Are you still mad at me?
Ted took a deep breath, then let it out in a long sigh.
How can I be mad at you? I thought you...
He cut off his words, unwilling to complete the thought.
I'm just glad you're back. Where did you go? We've been hunting for hours.
He held out his hand and helped Kelly move from Michael's boat into his father's.
I got lost,
Kelly told him.
I was just running at first, and then I was afraid to come out. And when I decided to come home, I didn't know where I was. If Michael hadn't found me...
Her voice trailed off as she remembered what her father had said about Michael only a few hours before. But Ted looked down at her, then his arms went around her and he pulled her close.
Maybe I was wrong,
he said.
Maybe he's not such a bad kid after all. The important thing is that you're both back and you're both fine.
But we're not fine, Kelly thought silently. Michael's not fine and I'm not fine. Then she shivered in her father's arms as Clary Lambert's words echoed in her mind.
It's time to take your souls back from them's as stole 'em.
Only then would they be truly fine again.
Listen,
Barbara Sheffield said.
Do you hear something?
But Mary was already on her feet, moving toward the patio door. Barbara followed her, and as Mary slid the wide glass panel open, they heard the sound of a boat coming along the canal.
That's the bayliner,
Barbara said, her voice vibrant as hope washed away the fear that had been building in her as the long night had worn on.
They must have found them.
Mary gazed anxiously at Barbara.
Are you sure?
It has to be, Barbara replied.
Craig wouldn't come back for any other reason.
They ran across the lawn, coming to the dock just as the 3 boats pulled up.
They're safe,
Barbara cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ran out onto the dock.
Michael, what were you thinking of? Do you have any idea of how frightened I've been? You promised you'd stay within sight of your father.
But like Craig's, Barbara's brief spate of anger dissolved at the sight of Michael's grin, and she threw her arms around him, nearly toppling both of them into the water as his skiff shot away from the dock.
Geez, Mom. Let me get tied up before you drown both of us.
A few minutes later, they were all in the house, and Mary, seeing Kelly in the bright light of the kitchen, gasped. Kelly's clothes were soaked with mud, and her legs, scratched and bleeding, were covered with slime.
Darling, what happened?
She asked. Kelly looked ruefully down at her ruined clothes, then up at her mother.
I guess maybe running away in the swamp in the middle of the night isn't the best thing I've ever done, is it?
Mary stared at her daughter for a moment. Then the tension that had been building in her all night suddenly snapped and she began laughing.
Well, I guess it isn't,
she said when she finally regained control of herself.
Go dump those clothes in the washer and take a shower, and I'll get you a robe.
She hurried out of the kitchen, returning a few seconds later with her own favorite bathrobe, which she took to Kelly, who was already in the small bathroom Carl had built behind the kitchen so he wouldn't have to track mud through the house when he returned from work each afternoon. When she came back, she sank into a chair across from Michael.
How did you find her?
She asked. Michael said nothing, knowing there was no way to explain the strange things that had happened to him in the swamp. Indeed, even after listening to Clary, he barely understood it himself.
It don't matter how it works,
the old woman had told him.
Alls I can tell you is I always know where the children is, and what they's doing. And I can call 'em too, like I called Jonas tonight and sent him out to get Kelly. And I was talking to you too, telling you where to go, telling you where to look.
She'd gazed deep into him then.
You think you know the swamp, but you don't know half of what I know. So don't you be thinking you can always do anything you want, you hear? I might not always be looking out for you.
I guess I was just lucky,
he said at last, feeling the eyes of his own parents and Kelly's too on him.
I sort of pictured where she went into the swamp and where she'd have had to go. I mean, well, there's only so many places you can go on foot.
Finally, Kelly came out of the bathroom, her mother's robe wrapped around her, and joined the group around the table. She tried to tell them everything that had happened, but when she came to the snake, she stopped, shuddering at the memory.
Kelly?
Mary asked.
What is it? A snake,
Kelly stammered.
It was a water moccasin and it crawled right over my leg.
Mary stifled a scream.
What did you do?
Carl Anderson asked. Kelly looked up at her grandfather.
I didn't do anything,
she said softly.
I just held still. I didn't move and the snake went away.
Carl's eyes held on Kelly. She felt her flesh crawl as, just for an instant, a peculiar look came into her grandfather's eyes, a look that somehow frightened her.
How did you know to do that?
He asked. Kelly hesitated for only a split second.
Michael told me,
she said.
Remember, a few days ago when we went out into the swamp together? He told me that if I ran into a snake, I should hold still. He said it couldn't see me if I didn't move.
Carl's gaze held hers for a second longer. Then he nodded.
He's right. They can sense you, but they don't strike at what's not moving. If something's not moving, they think it's dead and they leave it alone.
Once again, Kelly felt her skin crawl, and when she glanced quickly at Michael, she was certain he was having the same feeling. But neither of them said anything. Finally, Barbara stood up.
I have to go home,
she announced.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to sleep, but at least I can go to bed and try to get some rest. I'll go up and get Jenny.
The group in the kitchen moved toward the family room and were just starting out onto the terrace when Barbara, her face ashen, appeared at the top of the stairs.
She's not here,
she said, her voice cracking.
Craig, Jenny's gone.
The chatter of conversation died as everyone in the room stared at Barbara in stunned silence. 20.
Wake up, Judd.
Warren Phillips spoke the words harshly, shaking the sleeping man's shoulder.
Come on, Judd, it's almost dawn.
Judd groaned, pulling away, but when Phillips prodded him once more, his eyes opened and he groggily sat up. The first thing he noticed was that the pain in his joints was gone. His limbs were once more as supple as they had ever been. He looked at his hands. The liver spots had disappeared, and his cracked nails had smoothed out again. His knuckles, grotesquely swollen last night, were their normal size, and the skin on his fingers was that of a man in his late 40s. Rising from the sofa, he crossed to the mirror over the fireplace and stared in relief at his own reflection. His face had smoothed out. Only the small crow's feet around the corners of his eyes remained. His eyes, dull and sunken only hours ago, looked perfectly normal, and when he spoke, there was no trace left of the crackling rasp that was all he'd been able to manage when he'd arrived at Phillips's house a few hours earlier. He breathed deeply, feeling the rush of air into his lungs, then released his breath in a long, clear sigh. He turned, grinning.
It worked. I feel great again. Of course it worked,
Phillips replied.
It's worked for 20 years. Why wouldn't it work now?
Without waiting for a reply, he began issuing orders to the deputy.
Jenny Sheffield is in the bathroom upstairs. You're going to use the radio in your car to call the hospital and tell them you found her in the canal and you're bringing her in.
Duval shook his head.
Wouldn't do that. I'd call for the medics. It's procedure.
Phillips's lips curled in a thin smile.
If she's already dead?
The deputy stared at the doctor numbly.
You killed her?
The doctor tilted his head toward the stairs in the foyer.
Why don't you go take a look and tell me what you think?
Duval hesitated, but left the library, and with Phillips following behind, mounted the stairs. When he came to the landing, he glanced uncertainly around.
Second door on the left,
Phillips said. Duval moved down the hall, hesitated, then opened the door to the bathroom. For a moment he saw nothing, but then his eyes gravitated to the tub. It was filled, a layer of ice cubes floating on the surface. But beneath the translucent ice he could make out the form of a body. Jenny's body, clad in jeans and a t-shirt, her hair floating around her head in the form of a grotesque halo.
Holy Jesus,
Duval whispered, gazing in shock at the face that peered up from beneath the water's surface. He dropped down to his knees and pushed the ice cubes aside. She lay on her back, her empty eyes wide in a pale bluish face. Duval blinked and instinctively reached for the body, intending to lift it out of the tub.
Not yet,
Warren Phillips snapped.
Not until you know exactly what you're going to do.
Duval, his eyes still fixed on the body in the tub, spoke numbly.
The canal,
he repeated, the words coming slowly as he tried to grasp what Phillips had done. It was wrong. He'd brought Jenny Sheffield as the price of his shot. She wasn't supposed to be killed. Phillips needed her.
I was on my way to work and I found her in the canal. I don't need an ambulance. She's dead already.
That's right,
Phillips told him.
And you take her to the morgue just like you would any other body.
Duval nodded.
All right,
Phillips went on.
We're ready.
Duval reached into the icy water and lifted Jenny's limp body, cradling it in his arms as he stood up. Phillips held the door open, and Duval carried her out to the hallway, then down the stairs and through the back door. Outside, Phillips held the door open while Duval laid Jenny onto the back seat.
Go,
Phillips said, his voice low but leaving no room for disobedience.
Keep your lights off and get to the canal as fast as you can. Then make the call, turn on your lights and siren, and head for the hospital. And one more thing, Judd."
Judd turned in the pre-dawn darkness to face Phillips.
"Tell them to call me. Tell them who it is, and tell them to call me."
Duval's brows creased into an uncertain frown.
"But she's dead,"
he began.
"They'd call Hatfield."
"They will, Judd, but I want them to call me too. After all,"
he added, a cold smile twisting his lips once more,
"I'm her doctor, right?"
Judd Duval, his mind still not fully comprehending what Phillips had done, nodded. A few seconds later, the lights of the squad car switched off. He disappeared into the darkness. When the phone rang in Warren Phillips's house, he waited until the 6th ring before he picked up the extension by his bed. And when he spoke, his voice was groggy, as though he'd just been roused from a sound sleep.
"Phillips,"
he mumbled.
Dr. P?
Jolene Mayhew's voice was brittle with tension.
Dr. P, it's Jolene. We need you down here right away at the clinic.
"Jolene?"
Phillips repeated, as if not quite grasping who it was.
"What time is it? It must be the middle of—"
It's almost dawn, Dr. P. It's Jenny Sheffield. Judd Duval just called. Dr. P, he found her in the canal. He says she's dead.
"I'll be right there,"
Phillips snapped, dropping the sleepiness from his voice, knowing that Jolene's words would have brought him wide awake instantly. He hung up the phone, then quickly changed his clothes, pulling on khakis and a polo shirt, stuffing his bare feet into a pair of tennis shoes. Less than 2 minutes after Jolene's call, he was on his way, arriving at the hospital just as Judd Duval was helping Jolene and the night orderly load Jenny's body onto a gurney. The ring of the Andersons' phone shattered the tense silence that hung over the living room of Carl Anderson's house. Mary Anderson and Barbara Sheffield glanced at each other. It wasn't until Michael, forbidden by his mother to join the men as they began hunting for Jenny, moved to the phone that Barbara spoke.
"No,"
she said, her voice sharp.
"Let Mary get it."
Michael sank back onto the sofa where he'd been sitting with Kelly and watched as Mary quickly crossed to the phone, picking up the receiver on the 3rd ring. Her face paled as she listened, then she spoke.
I'll bring Barbara right away. The men are still out looking. No, I'm not sure where. They were going to start by the canal. All right.
She slowly hung up the receiver, then turned to face Barbara, tears streaking her cheeks. Barbara closed her eyes for a moment, steeling herself in preparation for the words she knew Mary was about to utter. Her fault. Whatever had happened, and she was certain it was bad, was her fault. She'd known it almost from the instant she'd found Kelly's empty bed. In that first eternal moment of terror, she had heard her own words echoing in her mind.
"Maybe Jenny and I should have gone looking for her."
Her own words. As the words rang in her head, she'd known what had happened. Jenny hadn't been asleep at all. Instead, she'd crept out of bed and sneaked back onto the landing to listen. She had heard what Barbara herself had said, and gone looking for Kelly. How long had she been gone? Hours, certainly. Craig had called Tim Kitteridge, finding the police chief at his desk, and explained what had happened. Then, while Kitteridge began reorganizing the plans he'd been making through the long night, Craig, Ted, and Carl had gone out once more. Craig had insisted that it would be all right, that this time at least they didn't have to worry about the swamp. Even in broad daylight, and with her father in the boat with her, Jenny hated the swamp. Her child's imagination saw alligators and snakes everywhere. To her, the swamp was a place where every living thing was a threat, and when her friends told her stories of other things that might live there, ogres and ghosts, zombies and witches, she sometimes lay awake all night, afraid even to sleep for fear of dreaming about the swamp.
"She'll stay by the canal,"
Craig had insisted.
"You know how she is. I had to take her to Judd Duvall's house myself last year and prove to her that Judd isn't a witch. She's probably hiding somewhere 3 blocks away, too terrified of the dark even to come back here."
Barbara had tried to believe her husband's words, but after he'd left with Ted and Carl, she'd sat silently, certain in her heart that something dreadful had happened to her daughter, and that it was her own words that had sent the little girl out into the night. At last, she forced herself to face Mary Anderson.
"What is it?"
she asked.
"What's happened?"
Mary crossed to her, crouching down by the chair in which she sat, and took her hand.
"It was Tim Kitteridge," she said. "He just heard a call from Judd Duvall. He's found Jenny."
A flash of hope surged through Barbara, then ebbed away as quickly as it had come. The sadness in Mary's voice betrayed the truth.
"She's dead, isn't she?"
she said, her voice breaking. Mary bit her lip, praying that perhaps Kitteridge had misunderstood the radio call he'd overheard. If Judd was taking Jenny to the hospital, there must still be hope.
I don't know. Apparently Judd found her in one of the canals."
Barbara gasped, her right hand covering her mouth.
"He's taking her to the hospital,"
Mary said quickly, recognizing her own cowardice and being unable to tell Barbara exactly what Kitteridge had told her. Barbara clutched at Mary's hands.
"I have to get there,"
she said, lurching to her feet.
"My baby."
"I'll drive you,"
Mary said. Michael was on his feet again, this time moving toward the patio door.
"I'll find Dad." "No."
The single word resounded through the room like a shot. Michael froze.
"No, Michael,"
Barbara went on, her voice breaking.
"I can't stand the idea of you going out there again. I want you with me."
Her words trailed off into a sob, and Michael went to his mother, clumsily slipping his arms around her.
"I'll go,"
Kelly said. Then, before her own mother could say anything, she spoke again.
"Don't worry, Mom. I won't go anywhere near the swamp. Dad and Grandpa said they were going to look by the canals, and if I can't find them, I'll get help. Just take Mrs. Sheffield to the hospital. Please?"
Mary hesitated, but then made up her mind. There was something different about Kelly, as if the hours in the swamp had not only terrified her, but made her grow up in some strange way.
"All right,"
she agreed. As Kelly left through the patio door, Mary led Barbara and Michael through the kitchen into the garage. 5 minutes later, Mary pulled into the parking lot next to the clinic. Barbara was out of the car even before it came to a full stop, running across to the emergency entrance. Judd Duvall's squad car still sat in front of the door. Inside, Barbara's eyes searched frantically for a nurse, but she saw only Judd, sitting alone on a chair, writing on a sheet of paper attached to a clipboard. When he looked up, his eyes widened in surprise, but then he rose to his feet.
"Miss Sheffield."
"Where is she?" Barbara cried. "Where's Jenny? Where have they taken her?" Judd moved toward her.
"Miss Sheffield, maybe you better sit down."
His hand closed on her arm and he tried to guide her to a seat, but Barbara pulled herself free as Jolene Mayhew, looking harried, pushed through the doors from the treatment rooms in the rear, and Michael, followed by Mary Anderson, rushed through the front doors.
"Jolene?"
Barbara asked.
"Where's—"
She froze when she saw the look on the nurse's face, her last shred of hope dying within her.
"No,"
she sobbed.
"Oh, please no, not my little Jenny, not my baby."
Jolene hurried across the room to her while Michael stood frozen just inside the door.
"Oh, Barbara, I'm so sorry. Dr. P's in with her, but—"
Her voice trailed off.
"No,"
Barbara sobbed.
"She can't be dead, not Jenny. I want to see her."
She started toward the treatment rooms, and Jolene tried to stop her. Michael too stepped forward, but Mary Anderson intercepted him, putting her hand on his arm.
Let her go, Michael.
For a moment it seemed as if Michael hadn't heard the words, but as his mother disappeared through the swinging doors that led to the back of the building, he nodded mutely and let Mary lead him to a chair. He sank into it and looked up to see Judd Duval sitting across from him.
My sister,
he breathed.
Jenny, is she...
Judd's head bobbed slowly.
She was in the canal, he said. Right near my place. I was just leaving on my way to work.
But Michael had stopped listening. There was something about Judd, something in his eyes that was wrong. With a deep certainty, Michael knew the deputy was lying. When Barbara came into the room, Warren Phillips was bent over Jenny's body, his stethoscope pressed to her bare chest. Barbara gasped as she stared at her daughter, and the truth finally closed in on her. Jenny was so still, her skin so horribly pallid.
No,
Barbara sobbed, lurching toward the examining table on which her daughter lay.
Oh no.
She reached out and touched her daughter's face, her hand reflexively pulling back as she felt the coldness of Jenny's flesh.
Barbara,
Warren Phillips said, coming around to support the distraught woman, easing her into a chair next to the door.
Barbara, I'm sorry. There's nothing we could have done. When Judd found her, she must already have been in the water for nearly an hour.
Barbara heard the words, but her mind refused to accept them. She sat still, her eyes fixed on her daughter. When she finally spoke, her voice was nearly inaudible.
But there must be something. She can't be dead. Not Jenny. She was in bed. I put her to bed. I tucked her in.
Her eyes finally strayed from Jenny, coming up to peer desolately at Warren Phillips.
She's sleeping. She's not dead. She's just sleeping.
Phillips laid his hand gently on Barbara's shoulder.
Where's Craig, Barbara? Is he with you?
Barbara's head swung slowly from side to side.
He's out looking for her,
she said hollowly.
He's out looking for Jenny.
It wasn't possible. She couldn't be sitting here, staring at her daughter's corpse, while Craig was out somewhere in the barely dawning light, searching for their little girl, hoping to find her any minute. But it was true. It was Jenny lying on the table. Her beautiful daughter, whom she'd kissed goodnight only a few short hours ago. She stood up, willing her legs to support her, and moved slowly to the table, looking down into Jenny's face. She reached out again and gently stroked the little girl's forehead, then bent, brushing the cold lips with her own. She backed away, her eyes never leaving Jenny's expressionless face, and sank once more onto the hardness of the chair.
Can I stay here? She asked. Can I sit with her until Craig comes? Of course, Dr. Phillips replied. And I'll get you something.
Barbara shook her head.
No, please no. Just let me sit with her. I'll be all right. I will. I know I will.
As tears began to run down her cheeks, Phillips silently left the room, closing the door behind him. 30 minutes later, Craig Sheffield arrived, accompanied by Ted, Carl, and Kelly Anderson. As the Andersons joined Mary in the waiting room, Craig spoke to Jolene Mayhew, then went to the room where his wife still sat with Jenny. He paused at the door, his eyes fixing on his daughter, trying to comprehend the reality of what had happened. He heard Barbara's broken voice, murmuring quietly,
My fault. It's my fault. No,
Craig said, turning to his wife, dropping down next to her, gathering her into his arms.
Don't say that, darling. Don't even think it. It was an accident, honey. It was just a terrible accident.
Barbara shook her head, refusing to be consoled.
It wasn't Craig. If I hadn't been so stupid, if I'd only realized she might be listening.
Her arms went around him and she clung to him.
Take me home, darling. Please take me home.
Craig helped Barbara to her feet and led her down the hall to the waiting room, where Warren Phillips was talking quietly to Michael and the Andersons. As Craig and Barbara came in, Phillips rose to his feet.
I'm taking Barbara home,
Craig said, sounding dazed, as if he wasn't quite sure what he was saying.
Then I'll come back. I'll come back and...
His voice trailed off. Come back and what? She was dead. His baby, his princess, was dead. He gazed at Phillips, who immediately knew what was going through Craig's mind.
You don't have to come back, Craig, he said. We'll take care of everything here. There will be some papers, but right now they don't concern you. Just take Barbara home. If you need anything, call me.
He scribbled on a prescription form and tucked it into Barbara's purse.
Just in case she can't sleep.
Craig nodded and turned away, the shock of what had happened numbing his mind. Immediately, Carl Anderson stood up.
I'll drive them,
he told Ted.
You take Mary and the kids. We'd better all go to the Sheffields. I don't think they should be alone right now.
He glanced at Phillips.
If there's anything that needs to be done, you let me know. Craig's been a good friend for a long time, and I don't aim to let him down now.
Phillips nodded agreement, and a moment later the waiting room emptied out. When they were alone, with only Judd Duval still there, Phillips spoke to Jolene.
Call Orrin Hatfield and tell him we need him, he said. I can sign the death certificate, but given the circumstances, we'll need a coroner's report.
I already called him,
Jolene replied.
He's on his way.
Phillips nodded, turning immediately to Judd Duval.
There's no need for you to stay, he told the deputy. Orrin can pick up your report after he's finished his own examination.
Judd, looking relieved, hurried out of the hospital. Phillips turned back to Jolene.
Call Fred Childress,
he said.
Have him send a hearse.
She was just starting back toward the room in which Jenny Sheffield lay when Orrin Hatfield arrived, his eyes still puffy from sleep.
What's going on, Warren? The coroner demanded. Jolene says you got a 6-year-old girl who drowned in the canal?
Phillips beckoned the other doctor to follow him and led Hatfield into the examining room.
I want this done quickly, Orrin, he said. Jolene's calling Fred Childress, and by the time his hearse gets here, I want your report to be ready.
The coroner frowned uncertainly.
I don't know, Warren. Given what Jolene said, there'll have to be an autopsy, and that takes some time.
Phillips's eyes hardened.
There will be no autopsy, Orrin. Look her over if you want to, but don't touch her with a scalpel. We need her, Orrin. All of us.
Orrin Hatfield, who had already bent over Jenny, beginning his examination, straightened up. As he saw the expression in Warren Phillips's eyes, he slowly began to understand.
I see, he said softly. How much time do we have?
Phillips glanced at his watch.
None. If we don't start now, she might really be dead.
Going to the cabinet against the wall, he found the syringe he'd brought with him to the hospital less than an hour ago, carefully putting it away even before he started forcing water from Jenny's lungs. Now, slipping the needle into Jenny's arm, he administered the shot of naloxone, which would counteract the morphine he'd used to put Jenny into a coma even before he'd immersed her in the tub of ice water. The morphine had slowed her metabolism nearly to the point of death, and that, combined with the hypothermia induced by the ice water, had kept her barely alive through the last hours. With luck, there wouldn't even be any brain damage. Not that it mattered, really, for Warren Phillips wasn't the slightest bit interested in Jenny Sheffield's mind. It was her thymus he was after. Her thymus, the large mysterious gland above the lungs, whose use he'd finally discovered so many years ago. There would be enough of the precious secretion from Jenny Sheffield's thymus to stave off the aging processes of at least 3 of his patients, and she was young enough that he could milk her for at least another year, as long as she didn't die before he got her to Fred Childress's funeral home. 21. There were no lights on in the house, but she knew there was someone inside, waiting for her. Though the house was barely visible in the darkness of the night, still she could see it clearly. The worn, splintered boards of its siding glowing unnaturally, as if they had somehow come alive. Vines crept up the walls, but though the air was still, the vines moved like serpents, rippling around the windows, creeping toward the roof. She wanted to run from the house, but something drew her toward it, and though she struggled to turn away, her legs refused to obey her, carrying her steadily closer. At last she was on the porch, and now she could feel the vines reaching out for her, their tendrils twisting, searching. One of them brushed against her skin, and she wanted to shrink away, but again her body seemed paralyzed. As the vines began to enfold her, binding her arms to her body, the terror inside her threatened to overwhelm her. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The door opened, and in the darkness a figure appeared. A man, so old he seemed barely alive at all. His hair, only a few thin wisps, hung limply from his scalp, which was covered with bleeding sores. His eyes, pale blue, shot through with reddish veins, fixed greedily on her, and when his lips curled back in an evil smile, she could see his rotting teeth, worn nearly away, crumbling from his gums. He reached for her, claw-like fingers ending in jagged, torn nails, touching the skin of her face. "No!" The word choked in her throat. With a valiant effort, she tried to jerk away from the specter's touch, tried to wrest herself free from the constricting vines. It was the effort of that final struggle before the man grasped her that finally woke Jenny, and now she did cry out, her voice a strangled scream as the last vestiges of the dream still held her in their grip. Her eyes opened and she tried to sit up, but the thick straps that bound her to the bed held fast, and at last, her eyes filling with tears, she gave up. She had no idea what time it was, nor how long she'd been here. There were no windows in the room, nor was it ever dark. Always, when she woke up from the horrible nightmares that seized her whenever she fell asleep, the lights were on. She wasn't alone in the room. It was filled with cribs, 4 of which had babies in them. If she turned her head, she could see one of them, and now, as the dream released her from its terrifying grip, she gazed over at the tiny form. The baby was also awake, looking back at her, its small eyes fixed on her as if it knew how frightened she was.
"It's all right, baby,"
Jenny whispered softly, the sound of her own voice comforting her, if only slightly.
"It was just a dream, and my mommy says dreams can't hurt you."
Her mommy. Why didn't her mommy come for her? Over and over she'd begged Dr. Phillips to let her see her parents, but he always told her the same thing.
When you're better, you don't want to make your mommy and daddy sick too, do you?
She heard a door open and turned her head the other way. Sometimes it was the woman who came in, the silent woman who never said a word, no matter how much Jenny begged. But this time it was Dr. Phillips, and when he came over to the bed to look down at her, smiling, she started crying.
"I had the dream again,"
she said.
The old man who looks like he's dead."
It was just a bad dream, Jenny. You mustn't let it scare you,
she heard the doctor tell her.
"But it does scare me,"
Jenny wailed.
"I want my mother. Why can't I have my mother?"
because you're sick,
Phillips explained.
and that's why I'm here, to take care of you. Haven't I always taken care of you?
Jenny hesitated, but finally nodded. She'd known Dr. Phillips as long as she could remember, and he'd never hurt her, not really. Sometimes, when he gave her shots, it stung a little, but after he took the needle out of her arm, he always gave her a lollipop and she always felt better. Except this time she kept feeling worse every time she woke up. It was a funny kind of feeling. Every time she went to sleep, she hoped she'd feel better when she woke up, but she didn't. She always woke up feeling empty, as if something inside of her was slowly draining out. She felt all cold inside, and when she thought about her mother and father, and even Michael, something was different. She still wished they'd come and see her and take her away from this place, but each time she woke up, the ache inside her when she thought about them didn't hurt as much. Instead, that strange icy lump inside her seemed to get a little bit bigger each day, numbing her. Jenny silently wondered if she was dying, and if she was, what being dead would be like. But she was afraid she already knew. It would be like being in the dream again, with the man coming after her, reaching for her, wanting something from her. But if she was dead, she wouldn't wake up from the dream, and it would just go on and on and on. The thought made her gasp, and Dr. Phillips frowned down at her, his eyes leaving the bottle that hung on the rack above her, dripping clear liquid that she had been told was food into a tube that went into her arm. There was another tube, coming from a big needle that was in her chest, held in place with a piece of tape. That needle hurt, and the tape itched, but she couldn't scratch it because of the straps that bound her to the bed, which were only undone when she had to go to the bathroom.
Are you all right? Does something hurt? Dr. Phillips asked.
Jenny shook her head.
What are you doing?
I'm just adding something to your food.
What?
Phillips smiled at her.
Something to make you sleep, he told her. Haven't you been telling Lavinia that you can't sleep?
Lavinia. That was the name of the woman who came to take her to the bathroom and change the baby's diapers and sat with her sometimes, even holding her hand, though she never said a word.
I don't want to sleep,
she complained.
If I go to sleep, the dream will come back.
No, it won't,
Dr. Phillips promised.
I'm putting something in your food to make it go away, and when you go to sleep, it won't be there at all.
Jenny looked up at him, her eyes wide with apprehension.
Promise?
Promise,
Phillips repeated. He finished attaching the morphine vial to the IV and turned the valve that switched the feeder tube from the glucose solution to the narcotic.
Go to sleep, Jenny,
he said.
Just let yourself drift away.
He stayed with her, waiting for the narcotic to take effect. Only when she had fallen once more into a death-like coma did he unstrap her bonds and carefully remove the needles that had been inserted in her body. Finally, he picked her up, carrying her out of the room, then up the stairs to the main floor of his isolated house. He stepped out into the darkness, glancing to the east, but there was no sign yet of the rising sun. It had been 3 days since he'd brought Jenny here. Each day he'd brought her up from the subterranean chambers before dawn and taken her back to Villejeune, where she'd lain all day in her coffin, deep in a narcotic-induced coma, her life apparently over. And each night, after dark, he'd taken her back to the laboratory beneath his house, bringing her out of the death-like sleep. Each day he'd drained a little more of the priceless fluid from her thymus, stolen her youth to prolong his own. Stolen her soul to stave off his own mortality. But this would be the last time he would take her into Villejeune, for today was a very special day for Jenny Sheffield. Today was the day of her funeral.
Just a few more minutes,
Barbara told herself.
Just a few more minutes and then I'll be alone with Craig and Michael and I can let go.
She was sitting in the small darkened alcove to the right of the altar in the chapel of the Childress Funeral Home. Though a gauzy curtain separated her and her husband and son from the rest of the people who had come to Jenny's funeral, she could see their faces clearly enough, see the confusion they were feeling as they listened to the eulogy for the little girl whose body lay in the coffin in front of the altar. A funeral for a child. It was wrong. Children don't have funerals. They have parties. Birthday parties and graduation parties and parties after proms and finally wedding parties. But not funerals. What would they say to her when it was finally over and they had to take her hand and try to soothe the pain she was feeling? With an aged parent, especially one who had been ill, it was simple enough. It's a blessing, Barbara. I know it's hard, Barbara, but at least your mother's pain is over. It's better this way, Barbara. She'd heard it all, first at her father's funeral 10 years ago, and then at her mother's 2 years later. But there was no blessing in losing your 6-year-old daughter. Jenny had had no pain, rarely suffered so much as a day in her life, and she hadn't wanted to die. Barbara had tried not to think about it during the last 3 days, tried to keep her mind from focusing on her little girl, slipping on the muddy edge of the canal, tumbling into the water and then struggling to get out. Struggling and calling with no one to hear her or to help her. Her hands, resting tensely in her lap, clenched the handkerchief that was soaked through from her tears, and she resolutely pushed the image out of her mind. It won't change anything, she told herself. It won't bring her back. She forced herself to gaze through the filmy curtain once again, but found herself unable to look at Jenny's coffin. Instead, she scanned the faces of her friends and neighbors, people she had known for years, and wondered yet again what they would say to her after this ordeal was over. Could they find any words of comfort? Suddenly the organ began to play, and the gathering of mourners rose to its feet as the first strains of Jenny's favorite hymn began to sound. Away in a Manger. As Barbara, too, rose shakily to her feet, she could almost hear Jenny's piping voice as she sang in the Christmas pageant last year, looking like a tiny angel in the costume Barbara had spent 3 days working on. The costume she was being buried in today. Barbara tried to imagine her entering into heaven, dressed as the angel she had already become. She raised the handkerchief to her eyes, dabbing once more at the tears she was powerless to control. The last chords of the hymn died away. The final prayer was softly uttered by the minister who had christened Jenny only 6 short years ago, and then the service was over. The curtain was raised, and Barbara felt Craig's hand on her arm, steadying her as he led her toward the altar to look at her daughter's face for the last time. Sleeping, she thought as she gazed into Jenny's gentle countenance a moment later. She looks as though she's sleeping. As Craig's grip tightened on her elbow, she turned away and let him guide her up the aisle and out of the chapel. Michael paused in front of his sister's coffin, his eyes searching her face for some sign of life. And yet he'd seen her each day as she'd lain in the viewing room, and each day she'd looked the same. Her eyes closed, her face expressionless. At last he reached down to touch her, resting his hand on her own much smaller ones, which were folded on her breast, holding a flower. He squeezed her hands gently and was about to withdraw his fingers from her when he thought he felt a movement. He froze, his hand remaining where it was, waiting for it to come again. But no, he'd only imagined it. And yet as he too turned away from the coffin, he still couldn't bring himself to believe that Jenny was really gone, that he'd never see her again. Something inside him, something he didn't quite understand, told him that she was still alive, that she wasn't dead at all, that she was still a part of his life.
I feel the same way,
his father had told him last night when he'd finally confessed the strange feeling he had.
We all feel like that. It's so hard to accept the finality of death, especially with someone like Jenny. I still expect her to come running in, climb into my lap, and plant one of those wet kisses on my cheek. Sometimes I wake up in the night and I think I hear her crying. It's part of mourning, Michael. I know it all seems impossible, but it's happened. We have to accept it.
But for Michael it was different. Each morning when he woke up, the feeling that Jenny was alive was stronger. It was as if she was reaching out to him, calling to him, crying out for him to help her. He moved down the aisle, searching the crowd for Kelly Anderson, and finally spotted her sitting with her parents and grandfather. As their eyes met, she nodded at him, not in greeting, but as if they shared some unspoken secret. He understood. She had the same feeling he had. She had it and recognized it in him. Barbara watched in silence as Jenny's coffin was placed in the crypt, a cold chill passing over her as the door closed and her daughter's body was sealed into the stone chamber. Almost involuntarily, her eyes shifted to the crypt next to Jenny's, and she read the inscription on its door. Sharon Sheffield, July 26, 1975. Taken home by the Lord the same day. For Sharon, there had been no funeral. Her tiny body had simply been taken from the hospital to Childress's, then interred here. On the first Sunday that Barbara had felt well enough, there had been a prayer said for her at church. And that was all. She'd never seen her, never once held that first little girl in her arms. Suddenly she sensed a movement behind her and turned to see Amelie Colton pushing her way through the small gathering in the cemetery. Her lifeless blonde hair, unwashed, hung limply around her face, and she was clad in a shapeless dress whose color had long ago faded into a mottled off-white. But it was Amelie's eyes that riveted Barbara's attention, for they burned feverishly with an inner light that reached out to Barbara, seizing her.
"She ain't dead,"
Amelie said, her voice quavering.
"She ain't dead any more'n my own little baby is."
Barbara's heart lurched as the words struck her. What was Amelie saying? She'd seen Jenny. Not Jenny. Sharon. Was she talking about Sharon?
"Ask Clary Lambert,"
Amelie went on.
She knows it all."
Suddenly 2 men appeared at Amelie's side, taking her arms. Amelie tried to shake them off, but they held her tight, keeping her from coming any closer to Barbara.
"I ain't lying,"
Amelie went on, her voice breaking now.
"You got to believe me, Miss Sheffield. You was nice to me. I wouldn't lie to you."
Barbara said nothing for a moment, her mind swimming. "It's all right, Barbara," she heard someone saying. "We'll get her out." "No," Barbara said, her voice suddenly coming back to her. "Let her go, please. She's all right." The men hesitated, but finally released Amelie, who stayed where she was for a second, then came forward to put her hand gently on Barbara's arm.
"I ain't wrong,"
she said.
"If'n your baby died, you'd know. A mama knows them things."
She seemed about to say something else, but then apparently changed her mind. Turning away, she disappeared through the crowd as quickly as she'd come. But her words stuck in Barbara's mind, echoing there, festering. Could it be true? No. But as the graveside service finally came to an end a few minutes later, Barbara's eyes fell on Kelly Anderson. Kelly, who looked so much like her niece Tisha. Kelly, who was the same age Sharon would have been had she lived. Kelly, who was adopted. Kelly was approaching her now, her eyes serious, her face pale beneath the simple makeup she was wearing.
"I'm so sorry, Mrs. Sheffield," she said. I don't know what..."
Barbara put her arms around the girl and pulled her close. "You don't have to say anything, Kelly," she whispered. "I'm just so glad you're here. Sometimes when I look at you, I can almost imagine I haven't lost both my little girls. I can almost believe that maybe Sharon didn't die at all and grew up to be you." She felt Kelly stiffen in her arms and immediately regretted her words. "I'm sorry," she said, releasing Kelly from the embrace and dabbing at her suddenly tear-filled eyes. "I had no right to say that. But before she could go on, Kelly stopped her. "It's all right, Mrs. Sheffield," she said so softly that Barbara could barely make out the words.
If I ever find out who my real mother is, I wish it could turn out to be you.
Their eyes met for a moment, neither of them speaking. Finally, Kelly turned away, but as she rejoined her parents and grandfather, Barbara kept watching her.
Who is she? She thought. Where did she come from?
Suddenly, with an intensity she'd rarely felt before, she knew she had to find out. Kelly and Michael were sitting on the dock behind the Sheffield house. Above them, on the lawn, they could hear the buzz of conversation as people talked quietly among themselves. The reception had been going on for an hour, and people were finally beginning to drift away. But Michael was certain that some of them, his parents' closest friends, would stay on into the evening, unwilling to leave his mother alone.
I don't know why they don't just go away,
he said, glancing over his shoulder.
It's not like they can do anything.
I know, Kelly agreed. I guess it's just what people do at funerals.
She was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, she didn't look at Michael.
Do you think Jenny's really dead?
Michael stiffened, knowing instantly what she was talking about.
No. I don't know what happened, but when Judd Duval told me how he found her, I didn't believe him.
He shifted position, his brows knitting into a deep frown.
I just don't feel like she's dead. It's really weird, but I keep feeling like she's still alive and needs me to help her.
Kelly finally looked at him.
I know. I keep getting the same feeling. Last night I dreamed about Jenny, and in the dream I saw that old man too, only he was trying to get Jenny, not me.
But
we have to find out, Michael, and it's not just about Jenny either.
Michael cocked his head curiously.
I keep thinking about what Amelie said too.
Michael's frown deepened.
She said to ask Clary. She said that Clary knows.
They were silent for a few minutes, and then Kelly said,
There's a way we can find out.
Michael looked at her intently.
I know. I've been thinking about it too.
He was silent for a moment. Then,
Tonight?
Kelly hesitated, then nodded. 22. Fred Childress picked up the large ring of keys he'd brought home with him from the mortuary that afternoon and glanced at his watch. 10 more minutes. Midnight, Warren Phillips had told him. Childress had known better than to argue with Phillips. He'd done that once, years ago, and though he hadn't thought much of it at the time, the next week when he'd gone for his shot, Phillips had refused to give it to him. 2 days later, when he'd gotten up in the morning and seen himself in the mirror, he'd felt a cold wave of fear he never wanted to experience again. Overnight, he'd aged at least 30 years, and when he'd called Phillips, begging for the shot, Phillips had coolly replied that the mortician didn't seem to understand the rules.
I'll give you the shot,
he'd said,
but you'll never argue with me again. Is that clear?
With the reflection of his own death mocking him from the mirror, Fred Childress had quickly agreed. Now, at a few minutes before midnight, he got into his Cadillac and drove out to Judd Duval's shack at the edge of the swamp. Judd was sitting in front of the television, a can of beer in his hand, 2 empty ones sitting on the scarred table next to his chair.
Are you drunk? The mortician demanded.
Duval glared at him through bloodshot eyes.
Ain't you that has to watch out for them kids every night?
He growled, lifting himself out of the chair and draining the beer in a single long pull. Leaving the television on, he followed Childress out to the car. Childress said little on the way to the cemetery, nervously glancing in the mirror every few seconds, certain that unseen eyes were following every move the car made. The deputy chuckled darkly.
What's the problem, Fred? The way you're acting, anyone'd think you'd never been in a graveyard before.
The chuckle turned into an ugly laugh as Childress glared at Duval, but he said nothing more until the undertaker had parked his dark blue Cadillac in the deep shadows of the dirt road that led around to the back gate of the cemetery. But before he got out of the car, Judd saw Childress glancing around yet again.
Shit, Fred, would you take it easy? There weren't another car on the road. Now let's just get this done so's you can go on home while I do the hard part, okay? Sometimes I don't know why Phillips puts up with a chicken shit like you.
Fred Childress's temper flared. For the same reason he puts up with an ignorant swamp rat like you, he snapped. He needs us. Duval's lips curled derisively.
Yeah?
He drawled.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'd say we need him a hell of a lot more than he needs us. Or are you starting to look forward to old age?
Childress felt a vein on his forehead begin to throb as his anger rose. Drop it, Duval, he said. Getting out of the car, he went to the gate in the cemetery's back fence and used one of the keys from the large ring to open it. He hesitated before he actually stepped through the gate into the graveyard, his eyes scanning the limestone mausoleums, glowing eerily in the pale moonlight, in which lay the dead of Villejeune. I don't like this, Judd, Fred Childress said. I don't like this at all. He glanced around, imagining eyes watching him in the darkness. If anyone sees us...
No one's gonna see us, Duval growled. If you'd just shut your mouth and get it over with, you could be back home in 15 minutes.
Childress steeled himself, and at last stepped into the cemetery, moving quickly to the mausoleum in which Jenny Sheffield's body had been placed only that afternoon. He fumbled with the keys, finally inserting one into the keyhole in the crypt. Opening the door, he pulled the coffin halfway out. Give me a hand with this, will you? Together, the two men pulled the casket free from the crypt and lowered it to the ground. Fred Childress opened the lid, and for a moment they both stared silently down at Jenny's lifeless face. Finally, Duval lifted her from the coffin and started back toward the gate. Fred Childress, left alone in the graveyard, reclosed the coffin and raised it back up to the crypt, sliding it inside once more. He had just closed the door of the crypt when he heard the sound. A crack, as if someone had stepped on a twig, crushing it underfoot. He froze, his whole body breaking out in a sweat. He listened, but the sound didn't come again, and finally he twisted the key in the crypt's lock and hurried back to Duval, who was waiting by the car.
What took you so long?
The deputy demanded. Fred Childress glanced back toward the graveyard. I heard something. Duval's eyes narrowed.
You sure?
Childress nodded silently. Now it was Judd Duval who gazed out into the cemetery.
I don't...
He cut off his own words. He'd barely missed it. Indeed, he still wasn't sure he'd seen anything at all. Just the faintest flicker of movement in the shadows.
Stay here,
he whispered.
I'm gonna have a look around.
He heard me, Kelly whispered, but immediately fell silent as Michael held a finger to his lips and motioned to her to follow him. Moving quickly, he started back toward the front gate of the cemetery, slipping as silently as a cat through the deep shadows cast by the mausoleums. A few moments later he paused, and as Kelly crouched beside him, slid his head around the corner of the tomb behind which they were concealed. He saw nothing at first, but then a shadowy form stepped out onto the path 50 yards away, crossed and disappeared again. Michael straightened up, glancing quickly around, then squatted down next to Kelly.
We're only 20 feet from the gate. He's looking in the wrong place, so we can get out. Just follow me.
He peered around the corner once more, saw nothing, and made his move. Staying low, he darted toward the gates, then dropped down behind the wall.
Maybe we better go home,
Kelly whispered as she crouched beside him once more. But Michael shook his head.
I want to know who it is. Come on.
He He started off again, staying close to the shelter of the low wall that surrounded the graveyard until he came to the unpaved road that led around to the back. Across the dirt track was a thick stand of pines, and Michael darted into it, stopping only as the deep shadows of the trees closed around him.
"What are we going to do?"
Kelly asked.
"Wait,"
Michael told her. Judd Duval silently crisscrossed the cemetery, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of life. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a movement, but even before he could start toward it, the lithe form of a cat leaped off the roof of one of the stone buildings and disappeared into the darkness. Chuckling hollowly at his own nervousness, he went back to the car where Fred Childress was waiting.
Nothing,
he said as he slid into the car next to the mortician. There was something, Childress insisted, starting the engine. It wasn't just the sound. I could feel someone watching me. Duval's lips curled into a mocking sneer.
Are all gravediggers scared of ghosts, or is it just you?
Childress's prim lips tightened. He put the car in gear, but left the headlights off until they reached the main road. He paused once more, searching in both directions for any sign of another car. Nothing. At last he turned the headlights on and pulled out onto the pavement, pressing the accelerator. The Cadillac's powerful engine surged, and the car shot away into the darkness. With every yard he put between himself and the cemetery, Childress felt his sense of relief grow. Perhaps, after all, he'd heard nothing.
"Did you see who it was?"
Kelly asked as the car disappeared down the road and the two of them stepped out of the shelter of the pines. Michael nodded, his mind racing. The driver had been Fred Childress, but there was someone else in the car with him, someone he hadn't been able to see.
"It was Mr. Childress,"
he said.
"He owns the funeral home. I couldn't see the other one." "What would they be doing out here in the middle of the night?" "And how come they didn't turn on their lights?"
They crossed the dirt road again, and a minute later were back in the cemetery, making their way quickly along the paths that wound through the tombs, coming finally to the vault in which Jenny's coffin had been placed that afternoon. Michael stepped close to it and tried to pull the door of the crypt open, but it held fast. Looking down, he frowned and stepped back. Crouching low, he studied the close-cropped grass in front of the mausoleum. Though it was barely visible in the dim moonlight, he thought he could see the faint outline of something that had pressed down upon the grass only moments ago. A coffin.
"Look,"
he whispered to Kelly.
"See? Look how the grass is pressed down here."
Kelly dropped down next to Michael, her eyes scanning the area in front of the sepulchre.
"Here?"
she breathed. Michael's eyes followed her hand.
"There was something sitting there not very long ago. Watch."
Using the palm of his own hand, he pressed down on the lawn, and when he lifted his hand away, its print remained clearly visible for a moment before the grass began to straighten up again, until, like the larger impression in front of the crypt, it was barely visible. Indeed, even as they watched, both of the faint impressions disappeared in the weak light of the moon. Kelly looked up at him.
"They took her, didn't they?"
Michael nodded.
"What are we going to do?"
Kelly asked as they both stood up, shivering despite the heat of the night. The words came into Michael's mind unbidden, as if they'd been there forever, waiting for the right moment to rise up into his consciousness.
"Kill them,"
he replied, his voice empty.
"We're going to kill them all."
Abstractly, as if observing himself from afar, Michael wondered why he felt nothing as he uttered the words. And then he remembered. He felt nothing because he had no soul. Long ago, right after he had been born, it had been stolen from him. Now it was time to get it back. Barbara Sheffield stared out the window at the silver crescent of the moon. Sleep would not come. She had lain awake for what seemed like hours, feeling the exhaustion of the day in every bone of her body, But her mind refused to let her rest. Kelly's words echoed in her mind.
If I ever find out who my real mother is, I wish it could turn out to be you.
Then Amelie Colton's,
She ain't dead any more'n my own little baby is.
But it was impossible. It had to be impossible. She couldn't try to replace Jenny with Kelly Anderson. Yet the thought refused to be put aside. Barbara slipped out of bed. She went to Jenny's room first, standing in the doorway, her vision blurring with tears as she looked once more at all of Jenny's things. Her stuffed animals, propped up on her bed the way Jenny always arranged them, were sitting against the wall so that they seemed to be staring at Barbara with their big sad eyes. The closet door stood open, and Barbara could see the row of dresses hanging inside, and the shoes set in neat pairs beneath them. Pictures covered the walls, the colorful scribblings that had always made Jenny so proud and which now made Barbara's heart melt, knowing there would be no more. A sob catching in her throat, Barbara turned out the light and went to the kitchen, where she put on a kettle of water to make herself a cup of coffee. When she went to the living room and pulled the family picture album out of the bottom drawer of her mother's antique sideboard, she told herself that she wanted nothing more than to look at some of the pictures of Jenny, to replace the haunting image of Jenny in her casket with one of her daughter when she'd been happy and full of life. But a few minutes later, after she'd made her coffee and settled herself at the kitchen table, she found she couldn't look at the pictures of Jenny. The wounds were still too fresh, the pain too sharp. She paged slowly through the album and found herself stopping each time she came to a picture of Tisha. She found herself studying the pictures of her niece carefully, comparing the images in the album to the one in her mind of Kelly Anderson. Their resemblance was unquestionable. The lips were the same, full and generously curved, the same high cheekbones and arched brows. And yet there were differences, too. Tisha was much pudgier than Kelly, but then her mother had always been heavier than Barbara. And Tisha was short, like her father. Still. No. She was imagining it all, denying her grief by making up fantasies. She turned the pages carefully back to the beginning of the album. But before she closed its cover, her eyes fell on the first picture she'd put into the book. It was an 8x10 enlargement of a picture that had been taken at the 4th of July picnic 16 years earlier, which she'd captioned, "Last Days of Freedom, of course I can barely walk." She smiled at the image of herself in the last days of her pregnancy with Sharon, sitting on the picnic table, Craig beside her. They'd looked so young then, all of them. She began looking at the people in the picture. Some of them had changed so much that she hardly recognized them. There was Arlette DeLong, wearing the same beehive hairdo then that she still wore today. Except in the picture, Arlette's elaborate coiffure didn't have the look of desperation about it that it had taken on lately. Back then, Arlette had been a pretty young woman. Now, 16 years later, her figure had thickened, and her middle-aged features had hardened from the long hours in her cafe. But her hair had remained the same, teased and back-combed, then sprayed solid. The only thing missing in the picture was the pencil that Arlette was now in the habit of implanting in the platinum mass. There, too, were Billy Joe and Myrtle Hawkins, Myrtle almost as pregnant with Buddy as Barbara had been with Sharon. Billy Joe's handsome features had all but dissolved since then, his nose now puffy from the long years of drinking, his once flat stomach having long ago given way to a beer belly. Barbara frowned, her eyes coming to rest on Warren Phillips, who was standing with a group of other men under a pine tree to the left of the picnic table at which Barbara herself was sitting. The doctor didn't seem to have changed a bit. His strong chin was as well defined now as it was in the picture, and his dark hair, shot through with gray, was unchanged as well. Barbara paused, thinking. Back then she had always thought of Dr. Phillips as being much older than she, but now, 16 years later, they seemed to be closer to the same age. But how old was he? She studied the picture, finally getting a magnifying glass from the kitchen drawer. If she'd had to guess, she'd have said he was around 45 in the picture, 50 at the oldest, which would make him at least 61 now, maybe older. And yet he still looked 45. She began looking at some of the other men in the group around Phillips. Carl Anderson was instantly recognizable, for he, like Phillips, hadn't changed at all in the last 16 years. Nor had Fred Childress or Orrin Hatfield. She found Judd Duval lounging on a blanket. He, too, looked exactly the same then as he did now. She kept studying the picture, searching for more of the faces that seemed not to have changed in nearly 2 decades. She looked up as a shadow passed over the album. Craig, his eyes worried, was looking down at her.
Honey, what is it?
Barbara smiled wanly.
I couldn't sleep, she told him. So I finally just gave up. Want a cup of coffee?
Craig shook his head.
What are you looking at?
Pictures, Barbara replied.
I just wanted to look at Jenny again. But I couldn't.
Craig reached over and closed the album, then pulled her up from the chair and held her close.
Things are going to be all right, honey,
he whispered into her ear.
I know it doesn't seem like the pain will ever go away right now, but it will. I promise.
Barbara let him lead her back to the bedroom, but as she tried once more to go to sleep, she knew he was wrong. The pain of her loss was only going to get worse. And yet, despite her grief, sleep finally came, and with sleep came dreams. Dreams of searching for her lost daughters, who were calling out to her in the darkness. She could hear them clearly, both Jenny and Sharon. She followed their voices through the darkness, and at last, coming upon a circle of bright light, she found them. They were together, smiling at her. But when she ran to gather them in her arms and comfort them, then hold them away to look into their faces, something had changed. Jenny, her beautiful Jenny, was the same as she had always been, smiling and laughing. But Sharon had changed. She wasn't Sharon at all. She was Kelly Anderson. Carl Anderson was awake that night, too, lying in bed, a book open on his lap. He heard a sound like a door closing, frowned, then put the book aside and got out of bed. Putting on a robe, he went out into the living room, leaving the lights off. He checked the front door, then moved on to the doors to the patio. Everything was locked. So was the kitchen door and the door to the garage. At last, Carl mounted the stairs to Kelly's room and stood outside, listening. Hearing nothing, he opened the door a few inches and looked inside. Kelly was in bed, the sheet covering her. She was lying on her side, facing the door, her eyes closed in sleep. Carl frowned. Was she really asleep, or had it been her door he'd heard closing? He slipped into the room and moved closer to the bed. Now he could hear the steady rhythm of her breathing.
Kelly?
He whispered, reaching out to touch her. As his fingers brushed against her skin, her eyes snapped open.
Grandpa?
She gazed up at him in the dim light and felt a chill of fear. In the dim moonlight, he looked different, his eyes sunken, his face older.
I was asleep,
she said quickly, shrinking away from his touch and doing her best to conceal the fright that had seized her. Carl straightened up.
I thought I heard a door,
he explained.
I didn't mean to frighten you.
Kelly forced a smile.
It's okay. I was just dreaming.
She rolled over as if going back to sleep, and a moment later heard her grandfather leaving the room. But even after he was gone, the memory of his eyes, the eyes of the man in her dreams, remained etched in her memory. On the way back to his room, Carl paused in the bathroom to relieve his bladder. But as he was about to switch off the light, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. His eyes had sunk into their sockets, and deep wrinkles were etched in his skin. He gazed at his fingers and saw the beginnings of the telltale liver spots. He thought quickly. How long had it been since his last shot? Only a few days. Then what was wrong? He hurried back to his room, closed the door, picked up the phone and dialed Warren Phillips's home number. On the 7th ring, Phillips's answering machine came on, inviting him to leave a message at the tone. Carl swore softly, but then began speaking. "It's Carl Anderson. I need another shot right away. Call me as soon as you get in." He thought a moment, then spoke again. "No, don't call me. It'll wake up everyone else in the house, and I can't let anyone see me until I've had my shot. I'll be there in the morning before it gets light." He hung up the phone and sank down onto the bed. He looked at the clock. 1:30. 4.5 hours before he could get to Phillips. He picked up the phone again, redialing the same number. "I don't think I can wait," he said into the doctor's answering machine. "I'll call every half hour until I get hold of you." He lay back on the bed, knowing he wouldn't sleep for the rest of the night. 23. The first faint glimmers of dawn were breaking when Carl Anderson, his hands trembling, reached for the phone one more time. He'd fallen asleep several times during the night, but his sleep had been troubled, for the degeneration taking place within his body kept waking him up. His joints were stiffening with arthritis, and his lungs felt clogged, his breath coming in deep, railing gasps. As he groped for the phone, his trembling fingers failed him and the receiver clattered to the floor. He tried to reach down and pick it up, but flashes of pain in his spine made him lie back on the pillow for a moment, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He waited for the pain to pass, then reached for the cord of the dangling receiver, finally grasping it and pulling it up. At last he was able to pull the phone, too, onto the bed, and laboriously punch in Warren Phillips's number. Once more the impersonal machine answered.
"I can't wait any longer,"
Carl gasped.
"I'm coming over."
Groaning with the effort, he raised himself into a sitting position and dropped his legs over the edge of the bed, his knees protesting painfully as he forced them to flex. At last he pushed himself up. A wave of dizziness washed over him, forcing him to reach out and steady himself against the night table. He could feel his heart beating raggedly in his chest. The simple effort of getting out of bed had all but exhausted him. He tried to breathe deeply, but each breath shot needles of pain through him. He fought against the pain, forcing himself to walk slowly to the bathroom where, his terror mounting, he stared at the unrecognizable image in the mirror. An old man, far older than Carl Anderson truly was. It was as if all the years kept at bay by the shots Phillips had been giving him over the last decade and a half were now crashing back on him, overwhelming him. His skin, leathery and slack, hung loosely around his jowls, and his beard, stubbly after the long night, was shot through with gray. The hair on his head was wispy, his scalp showing through everywhere, and his bloodshot eyes, shadowed by dark circles, squinted from their deep sockets, resisting the bright lights around the mirror. His right hand came up, reaching out, as if by touching the vile image he could erase it. His nails were cracked, and scabs had formed around his torn cuticles. The liver spots, barely visible only a few hours ago, now blotched his hands with the unhealthy color of old age, and his fingers were gnarled and twisted, distorted by the ravages of the decay that was consuming him. An unintelligible croak of fear rising in his throat, Carl turned away, lurching back to his bedroom, where he pulled on the same clothes he'd worn the day before. They bagged on his shriveling frame, the pants threatening to slide off his bony hips, the shirt hanging in deep folds from his drooping shoulders. His eyes drifted to the pillow, all but obscured by the hair that had fallen away from his scalp during the night. He was dying. He could feel it in the weakness that was inexorably spreading through his body. He picked up his keys from the dresser by the door, then abandoned his bedroom, stumbling through the living room toward the kitchen and the garage beyond. As he climbed into the cab of the pickup truck, groping for the remote control that would open the garage door. He was no longer certain whether the weakness he was feeling came from the degeneration of his body or the fear of death that was overwhelming his mind. Phillips. He had to get to Phillips before it was too late. The garage door behind him ground slowly upward, seeming to take forever before he could finally back the truck out into the street, but at last he was on his way. He shifted the truck into forward, moving quickly off into the brightening light of the summer morning. Kelly stood frozen at the window long after her grandfather's pickup had disappeared around the corner. She'd stayed awake all night, watching the telephone, waiting for the red light to blink on in the darkness, signaling that her grandfather was once more calling Dr. Phillips. Each time the telltale light had come on, she'd picked up the phone, pressing it to her ear as she heard her grandfather leaving another message. With each call, his voice had sounded weaker, until finally, on the last call only a few minutes ago, she'd barely been able to distinguish his words at all. She was certain he was sick, and getting sicker as the night went on. For a brief moment, 3 hours ago, she'd wondered if she shouldn't go to him and find out what was wrong. But even before she'd left her room, she'd remembered that distinct feeling she'd had earlier that he was part of the dreadful evil that was being carried out deep in the swamp. At last, when she'd heard him coming out of his room, she'd gone to her own door, opening it just far enough to press her eye against the crack and peer down the stairs into the foyer. She'd gasped when she'd seen him moving through the shadows toward the kitchen, his tall figure stooped as he shuffled across the flagstone floor, his pace slow and careful, as if he was afraid of losing his balance. Then, as he'd backed down the driveway, she'd gotten a clear look at his face. And it was that vision that had made her blood run cold. This morning it truly was the face from her dreams, the face she'd glimpsed in the mirror sometimes, leering over her shoulder. The hands she'd seen clenching the steering wheel of the truck were the same hands that she'd shrunk away from in her dreams, the claw-like hands that reached for her, as if intent on choking the life out of her. But it wasn't her life those hands had been reaching for at all. It was her youth. That hideous being wanted the resilience of her flesh, the suppleness of her muscles and strength of her bones, the freshness of her skin, the brightness of her eyes and lushness of her hair. Did he and the others like him even know what else they had stolen from her? A cold knot of hatred filled her heart, and she knew now the feeling that Michael had known just after midnight, when he was sure his sister had been taken from her crypt. They would find a way to take back what had been stolen from them, find a way to end the evil. At last she turned away from the window and returned to her bed, the exhaustion of the long night finally overcoming her. She drifted into sleep, and once more the nightmares came. But when the ancient visage appeared out of the darkness this time, it was no longer the face of a stranger. It was the face of her grandfather. The sun was creeping over the horizon as Carl Anderson arrived at Warren Phillips's house, and as its first brilliant rays struck his rheumy eyes, Carl blinked, cringing away from the light as a creature of the night slinks to its den at daybreak. He felt exposed, and imagined there were eyes everywhere, watching him, uncovering the secret he'd protected for so many years, recognizing him for the skulking thief he knew he was. He pulled the truck around to the back of Phillips's house, abandoning it with the key still in the ignition as he staggered to the back door, pressing the doorbell with a shaking finger. He heard the soft chime of the bell within, echoing oddly, as if to signal him that the house was still empty. Defeated, he sagged down onto the back steps, coughing roughly to clear his throat of the thick mucus that was coagulating there, his breath rasping as he struggled to keep his lungs filled with air. Hearing a car, he shrank back until he recognized Warren Phillips's Buick gliding down the driveway. Then hope surged within him. Phillips, seeing him, braked the car to an abrupt halt. Then he was at the foot of the steps, helping Carl up, supporting him with one arm as he opened the back door.
"I've been calling all night,"
Carl rasped as Phillips helped him through the house to the library.
"Where the hell?"
I've been at the hospital, Phillips snapped. Just take it easy.
A shot,
Carl pleaded.
I'm dying.
Phillips disappeared for a moment, returning with a hypodermic syringe. Carl's eyes fixed greedily on the needle as he struggled to roll up his sleeve. But then a doubt came into his mind.
It's not full. Why isn't it a full dose?
Phillips swabbed Carl's arm with alcohol and inserted the needle.
You're lucky I even have this,
he said, pressing the plunger.
If it weren't for Jenny Sheffield.
Carl felt the restorative fluid spread through him, reveled in the miraculous warmth that seemed to wash the pain from his body. Already, only a few seconds after the shot, his pulse was smoothing out, the irregular spasms of his heart returning once more to the strong, steady beats that would keep his blood surging through his body. The panic that had consumed him only a moment ago began to recede, and the words Phillips had just spoken slowly sank in.
Jenny Sheffield?
He repeated.
But she's...
Don't be stupid, Carl. She's not dead. She's in my lab. And if you're lucky, she'll keep you alive until you can find someone else.
Carl Anderson felt the panic creeping back up.
I can't do that,
he muttered.
I pay a lot. It doesn't matter how much you pay if I don't have anything to sell,
Phillips told him. His eyes fixed darkly on the old man.
And if I were you, I'd stay out of sight for a while, Carl. You look terrible.
There was a cruel note in the doctor's voice that chilled Carl's soul.
But you said...
Warren Phillips cut him off before he could finish.
If you want to live, you know what you have to do.
Ted Anderson came into the kitchen, stopping short when he found no one there except his wife.
Where's Dad?
He asked. Mary shrugged.
He must have gotten up early. He wasn't here when I came down, and the truck's gone.
Frowning, Ted went to the door leading to the garage. Save for his own worn Chrysler, the garage was empty. Puzzled, he moved to the stove and poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot on the back burner.
Where the hell would he go this early?
Mary glanced archly at her husband.
I'm afraid he didn't leave a note. Would you call Kelly?
Ted went to the bottom of the stairs leading to Kelly's room, calling out, then went up and knocked on the door.
Kelly, time to get up.
There was a silence. Then he heard his daughter's voice.
I'll be down in a second.
Returning to the kitchen, he sat down at the table just as Mary slid a plate of bacon and eggs in front of him. A minute later, wrapped in a robe, Kelly appeared. Ted glanced up at her, then looked more closely. Kelly's face was pale and her eyes were edged with dark circles, as if she hadn't slept at all.
Honey, are you okay?
For a moment, he wasn't sure Kelly had even heard him. She was staring off into space, lost in some world of her own. Then her expression changed, as if a veil had dropped over her eyes.
I guess I didn't sleep very well last night,
she said, her voice flat. Mary, hearing the strange vacant note in her daughter's voice, looked worriedly at her.
Do you feel all right?
Kelly said nothing. What would they say if she told them what had happened last night and what she'd seen this morning? What would they think if she told them that her grandfather had stolen her soul from her? They'd think she was crazy. And yet she wasn't crazy. She knew what had happened in the swamp, knew what Clary Lambert had told her. This morning, at dawn, she'd seen her grandfather and finally understood the terrifying vision that had tormented her for as long as she could remember. And knew that it wasn't a vision from her imagination at all. It was a vision of the truth. A truth she couldn't speak of to anyone except Michael Sheffield, because no one else would believe her.
I'm fine,
she murmured at last. But she wasn't fine at all. In the bright light of a perfect summer morning, when she should have been feeling good about everything, she felt only a dark terror. A terror she realized might never leave her. Ted pulled the Chrysler through the gates of Villejeune Links Estates and was relieved to see his father's pickup truck parked in front of the trailer that served as a construction office. Ted was early himself this morning, and except for his father's truck, the site was still empty. He pulled the Chrysler alongside the truck, shut off the engine, and went into the trailer.
"Dad?"
he called out.
"Dad, it's me."
He glanced toward the closed door of the office at the far end of the trailer, then turned the other way, toward the small kitchen where he and his father usually sat conferring with the site supervisor over Cokes, feeling more relaxed around the Formica table than they did around the desk in the office.
"Dad?"
Ted called again as he stepped into the kitchen, half expecting to find his father already at the table, poring over drawings, checking specifications against lists of supplies on hand. The kitchen was empty. He gazed out the window, over the golf course that was in the first phases of construction. Nothing. He turned away from the window, moving back through the trailer toward the closed office door. Hearing his son's heavy tread, Carl Anderson realized it had been a mistake coming here. He should have simply driven on past the site and kept going until he'd come to a motel. He could have checked into one of those anonymous tourist courts along the highway, staying out of sight for a few hours until the shot Phillips had given him did its work. But it was early, and the site had been deserted, and he'd decided to stop for a few minutes to leave some instructions for Ted. And now Ted was here.
Go away, Ted. I need to be alone right now.
He heard the sound of his voice, rasping, rattling in his throat like that of an old man.
"Dad?"
Ted called through the door.
"What is it?"
Nothing. Will you just get the...
The door opened and he saw Ted step in, then stop short, staring at him.
Jesus, Dad,
Ted whispered. He hardly recognized the old man as his father. Carl's strong features were all but hidden under the slack skin of his face, and his frame had taken on a stooped and shrunken look. Carl's eyes, burning deep in their sockets, were fixed on Ted, and as the younger man gazed at the ancient figure, he had the feeling he was facing the countenance of death.
I told you not to come in here,
Carl rasped.
"Dad, we've got to get you to the hospital."
No,
Carl barked, stepping behind the desk.
"Dad, you're sick."
I saw Phillips this morning. I'll be all right.
The fingers of his right hand curled around the handle of the drawer, and he pulled it open. Glancing down, he saw the familiar shape of the butt of the gun he kept there.
Go away, Ted. Just leave me alone.
Ted shook his head.
"I can't do that, Dad. Whatever's in those shots, it's not working."
He's running out,
Carl said without thinking. Ted's eyes bored into him.
"So they're not vitamins,"
he said.
"What are they, Dad?"
Carl's jaw tightened.
It's something he makes himself.
"Then he'll make more,"
Ted said, his voice taking on a note of desperation.
"Whatever it is, he can make more, can't he? Dad, what is it? What's wrong with you? If we don't get you to the hospital, you're going to die."
He took a step toward his father, but stopped short when Carl's hand suddenly came up from behind the desk, holding a gun.
I want you to leave, Ted,
he rasped coldly.
I want you to get out of here and forget about what you've seen. I'll be gone for a few hours, and when I get back, I'll be fine.
Ted shook his head in disbelief.
"You're dying, Dad,"
he whispered.
No, goddammit,
Carl roared, his son's words triggering a fury in him that overcame the fear that had all but paralyzed him since he'd left Phillips's house.
I'm not dying. I'm not ever going to die.
He raised the gun, grasping it with both hands now, pointing it at Ted. Though his hands trembled violently, He was so close to his son that he knew he couldn't miss. Ted knew it too. His hands came up slowly and he backed toward the door.
"Take it easy, Dad,"
he said.
"If you don't want to go to the hospital, I won't make you."
Just leave me alone,
Carl rasped.
get out of here.
Ted had reached the doorway. A moment later, Carl saw him dart out of the trailer toward his car. But instead of going to the Chrysler, Ted jerked open the door of the truck and pulled the keys from the ignition where Carl habitually left them. Pocketing them, he got into his own car and drove away. Carl stood where he was, his mind racing. The men would be arriving soon, and Ted would be coming back, too. Ted thought he'd gone crazy, and when he came back, he'd bring help. Shoving the gun into his belt, Carl too left the trailer. The shot Phillips had given him was working now. His legs felt much stronger, and the pain in his joints was fading quickly. He started away from the trailer, walking rapidly toward the canal. They wouldn't find him, Carl had decided. Not Ted, nor whomever he brought with him. By the time Ted got back, he would be long gone. He came to the edge of the canal and clambered down the bank, sliding into the water, his feet coming to rest on the mud bottom. He started across, pulling the gun from his belt as the water rose to his waist. A few seconds later, he was across and scrambling up the other bank. He would find what Phillips needed, find a child somewhere in the swamp. If he didn't, he would die. And Carl Anderson had no intention of dying. 24. It was a hot morning, and Kelly had momentarily wondered whether to wait until this afternoon when Michael was done working to go talk to him. But the image of her grandfather's sepulchral face loomed vividly in her mind, and so, after breakfast, she'd left the house for Phil Stubbs's place. She'd passed through the village and seen Buddy Hawkins and some of his friends clustered on the sidewalk in front of Arlette's cafe. She'd sensed them watching her, even imagined she heard them whispering among themselves, but had ignored them. Resisting the impulse to cross the street, she'd simply walked past, saying nothing. As she left the village behind and started along the road through the marshlands, with the sun beating down and the humidity closing around her like a suffocating shroud, Kelly found herself wishing she'd stayed within the air-conditioned walls of her grandfather's house. But then she walked through the open gates of the Swamp Tour's headquarters and paused for a moment, enjoying the relative cool beneath the spreading trees. In the shade of the pines and cypress, she felt better and looked around, searching for Michael. She spotted him standing by the alligator pit, surrounded by a cluster of tourists. She moved to join the group, watching as Michael tossed a dead chicken into the enclosure. The gators, already alert, closed in on the chicken, one of them snatching it out of the air even before it landed. As its great jaws snapped closed on the bird, crushing it instantly into a shapeless pulp, Kelly remembered the gator that had come so close to killing her in the swamp, and felt her skin crawl. As Michael tossed 2 more chickens to the waiting reptiles, she turned away toward the nutria cages. A moment later, Michael was beside her.
"How come you didn't call me?"
he asked.
"If I'd known you were coming out here, I'd have picked you up with my bike."
Kelly glanced furtively around before she spoke, and dropped her voice, though no one was nearby.
"It's my grandfather,"
she said, her voice quavering.
Michael, he's one of them."
Michael stared at her.
"Are you sure?"
Kelly nodded.
"I was up all night long. He kept calling Dr. Phillips, and then he left real early this morning."
She stopped to steady herself, then continued.
"I saw him, Michael. He's old. I mean really old, like he was about to die."
She shuddered, but went on.
He looked like the man we see in the mirror,"
she finished.
"Did he know you saw him?"
Michael asked. Kelly shook her head.
And I didn't tell Mom and Dad either. She looked at Michael uncertainly. What are we going to do?
Before Michael could reply, Phil Stubbs stepped out of his office, his voice booming through the clearing.
Michael?
He called out. Spotting Michael and Kelly, he walked quickly over to them.
Bobby Carter just called in sick. You're going to take a tour out.
Michael's mouth dropped open.
Me? But I've never done it before.
Stubbs shrugged.
You know the swamp. All you have to do is take 'em out for a couple of hours and tell 'em what's there.
Then he smiled broadly.
And why don't you take your girlfriend along, too? But keep your mind on what you're doing,
he added.
I don't need you losing track of time again and taking these folks out in the middle of nowhere all day long. 2 hours, no more. Got that?
Michael nodded. Then, with Kelly beside him, he headed down to the dock where the tour boats were moored. 2 of them had already departed, but one more was still tied up, a long, narrow boat with 2 long benches back to back running down its center. Across the stern was another bench, and at the front of the boat was the helmsman's seat and the public address system. Michael surveyed the group that stood at the head of the dock waiting for him. There were about 15 women in their 20s and early 30s, with a flock of children ranging from babies in carriers to 10-year-olds.
Jeez,
he whispered to Kelly as they approached the women.
This is gonna be awful.
He could already imagine the barrage of questions that would come from the kids, and tried to figure out how he was going to keep any of them from falling overboard. After he'd guided them into the boat and gotten them seated, he turned on the PA system and picked up the microphone. A high-pitched scream rose from the speakers, and he quickly turned down the volume, then experimentally tapped the mic. Satisfied, he began to speak.
Welcome to Phil Stubbs' world-famous swamp tour,
he began.
I'm Michael Sheffield, and I'll be your guide this morning. Now, one thing I want you to remember is that the swamp is a dangerous place. We have alligators and crocodiles and all kinds of other things, so it's important that you keep your hands inside the boat at all times.
He fixed one of the older boys with what he hoped was a severe look.
And don't lean out, either,
he said.
Those gators will come right up out of the water and pull you overboard.
The boy's eyes widened in awe, and Michael saw several others immediately back away from the gunwales of the boat to sit back down on the bench. Winking surreptitiously at Kelly, he moved back to the stern, cast off the mooring line, then returned to the prow and cast off the bowline as well. Putting the transmission in gear, he opened the throttle a little, and the boat slipped away from the dock, moving out into the channel. For the next hour, Michael cruised slowly through the swamp, telling the tourists how it had been formed and how its ecosystem worked, describing the various trees and slowing the boat to a stop whenever he spotted something interesting. As he'd expected, the children asked endless questions, but none of them came up with anything he couldn't answer, and soon he found himself relaxing, enjoying the tour almost as much as his customers were. He began veering away from the area the boats usually operated in, taking his group into the depths of the swamp, showing them places he'd discovered long ago that most people rarely saw. Coming around the end of one of the islands, they emerged from the gloom of overhanging trees into a marshy grassland, and Michael searched the area with his eyes, looking for a movement in the grasses that would betray the presence of a wild boar. At last he spotted what he was looking for, then began maneuvering the long boat through the narrow channels, his eyes constantly tracking the invisible pig as it pushed its way through the wetland. Finally, he cut the engines and whispered into the microphone for everyone to remain silent. The voices of the children died away. For nearly 5 minutes, the group sat in the quiet of the wilderness, the only sounds drifting through the morning air the twittering of the thousands of birds that nested among the grasses and reeds. At last there was a faint snuffling sound, and Michael pointed ahead. The grasses parted, and an immense sow emerged from the foliage, her snout pressed to the ground as she rooted for food. Behind her, Imitating her movements were 6 tiny piglets.
Wow!
Yelled one of the boys.
Look at that! Wild pigs!
Instantly, the sow's ears pricked, her head came up, and she faced the boat. A second later, she was gone, her offspring disappearing even faster than she did.
Nice going, Terry,
another of the boys groaned.
Can't you ever shut up?
As the boys began to squabble, Michael restarted the engine and headed back toward tour headquarters. If he didn't make any more side trips, he should make it right on time. Glancing back at his charges, he found himself grinning as the mothers tried to mediate the argument between the 2 kids.
What do you think?
He asked Kelly, switching off the mic for a moment.
How am I doing?
This is neat, Kelly told him. You're really good at it. Then he heard a voice from the rear of the boat.
Is it true that people actually live in the swamp?
The question came from a woman in the stern who was holding a small boy, no more than 3 years old, on her lap, and had another one, even younger, lying in a carrier that sat on the seat next to her. Michael nodded and began telling them about the swamp rats and how they lived. One of the older boys waved his hand and began speaking even before Michael had acknowledged him. What about the zombies? The boy asked. Michael frowned uncertainly.
Zombies?
He asked.
I'm not sure what you mean.
The little boy gazed steadily at him. My cousin says there's zombies in this swamp, dead people, except they're not really dead. As some of the little girls squealed nervously, the boy warmed to his own words. My cousin says there's kids out here, dead kids that go around looking for people to kill. He says they're like vampires, and if they get you, they suck the blood right out of you.
Bobby,
the boy's mother said. What a terrible story. I can't believe Jody told you anything like that.
Well, he did,
Bobby insisted, his eyes fixed on Michael. Is it true? Michael felt Kelly's eyes on him. He glanced over at her and saw that her face was pale. For the first time that morning, he had no idea what to say. When he tried to speak, his mouth had gone dry.
Say something,
he told himself.
Say anything. Tell them it's just a story.
But it wasn't a story, not really. It wasn't quite the way Bobby was putting it, but... And then, as the boat drifted slowly through the narrow channel, barely wide enough to let it pass, one of the women let out a startled gasp. A moment later, there was another gasp, and then some of the children started screaming and pointing forward. Michael turned. Standing on the shore only a few yards away, a man was watching the boat. An old man. A man whose eyes, sunk deep into their sockets, were barely visible, but from which an evil glow seemed to emanate. Kelly, who had turned at the same time as Michael, grasped his arm. He could see recognition on her ashen face. Yet he hadn't needed to look at Kelly to know who the man was, for he too had recognized him the instant he'd seen him. The awful, sunken, greedy eyes. Evil eyes. Eyes he'd seen before. Eyes he'd seen in the face in the mirror. The boat was passing the vile figure now, and Michael remained frozen, unable either to speak or to move in the face of the nightmare image that had suddenly become reality. In the boat, the women and children closest to Carl Anderson shrank away from him, as if they too felt the horror that was overcoming Michael. And then, as the boat was about to move away from him, Carl reached out, his gnarled fingers curling like the talons of a carnivorous bird, and snatched up the baby that lay in its carrier on the stern seat. It happened so quickly that for a moment Michael wasn't sure it had happened at all. The old man was gone, disappearing into the dense jungle-like foliage as if it had swallowed him up. For one happy second, Michael thought that perhaps the vile apparition hadn't existed at all, that once more it was only his mind playing tricks on him. But the screams of the child's mother told him he was wrong. She was standing in the stern of the boat, ready to go after the man who had stolen her child. Only the hands of the women around her held her back.
"My baby!" the woman screamed. "He took my baby!"
Michael reacted almost without thinking.
"Stay in the boat,"
he shouted at the woman. He cut the engine and spoke quickly to Kelly.
"Keep them in the boat. Whatever you do, don't let them get out or they'll all get lost."
Without waiting for Kelly to reply, he leaped over the gunwale and dropped into the shallow water, then scrambled ashore.
"Michael!"
Kelly shouted.
"Michael, don't!"
But it was too late. Michael, too, had disappeared into the swamp. Carl Anderson felt a sharp pain in his chest and came to a stop, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His legs felt weak, and he let himself sink to the ground, leaning back against the trunk of a pine tree. Thick shrubbery surrounded the tree, so he would have a respite now, concealed from anyone who might be pursuing him. He clutched the baby to his chest and waited for the pain to subside, waited for his breathing to return to some semblance of normality. Exhaustion was spreading through him, draining away the last of his energy. He wasn't certain how much longer he could go on. But he had to go on. If he didn't, he would die. It was the shot that should have made him feel young again. But it wasn't working this time. It hadn't been strong enough. For a while, early this morning, he had felt better, confident that by this afternoon his strength would have returned to him. But as he'd worked his way deeper into the swamp, determined to lose himself until the shot's restorative powers had rejuvenated him completely, he'd slowly begun to feel the weakness of age creeping up on him once more. He'd panicked, knowing that he had to find a child. Today. Now. A child whose youth Phillips could tap into and transfer to his own aging body. By tomorrow it would be too late. But where could he find a child? If Ted hadn't taken his pickup keys, he could simply have driven up toward Orlando and found a shopping mall. There would be children everywhere, children with inattentive mothers. Children disappeared from shopping malls every day, and by the time the child was missed, he could have been halfway back to Villejeune. Villejeune and Warren Phillips. Warren Phillips and the eternal youth most men only dreamed of. But Ted had found him, and only the gun had bought Carl any time at all. The gun was still in the belt of his pants, lending him courage despite the failing strength of his body. It was stupid to have taken the child from the tour boat, but when he'd stumbled upon it and seen the children who filled it, plump babies with their smooth skin and supple muscles, he'd felt a surge of cold fury. Why should they be young when he was not? Why should they have a whole life to look forward to, while he had nothing but memories to succor his painfully failing body? After all, it wasn't as if Phillips killed the children. Phillips had told him that long ago, when he'd first offered the treatment, and Carl's own granddaughter was the proof.
"It doesn't hurt them. All I need is the secretion from their thymus glands,"
Phillips had assured him.
"After I'm done with them, they grow up perfectly normally."
Still, he should have waited. Should have kept hunting through the marshlands until he found one of the swamp rat's children, a child no one cared about. A child who had no future anyway. Instead, he'd given in to his panicked rage and lifted the baby out of the boat. Now, cradled in his arms, the baby cried, and Carl clamped his hand over its mouth, silencing its tiny voice before its screams could betray their location. 25. Kelly knew she had to do something. A tense silence hung over the tour boat. The women, their children gathered protectively near them, watched the swamp, searching for any sign of Michael. But it was as if the marshes had swallowed him up. For the last 20 minutes they had neither seen nor heard anything at all. And yet, though nothing had happened, the tension in the boat was mounting every second. In the stern, the mother of the baby sobbed quietly, while two of the other women tried to comfort her. But at last the woman looked up, her eyes fixed on Kelly, who stood in the bow of the boat, desperately trying to think of something she could do.
"Take us back," one of the other women demanded. "We have to get help."
I don't know where we are," Kelly said.
Two of the women closest to her glanced at each other.
"But you must know where we are," one of them finally said, her voice betraying her fear. "You work for the tour, don't you?"
Kelly shook her head.
I don't.
But before she could finish the sentence, something stirred in her mind. A memory of being in the swamp by herself, but not getting lost. Not like the other night when she'd run away from her father, anger driving her forward. No, this was like the first night, when she'd gone into the swamp looking for the boy she'd seen from across the canal and lost track of time. That night, obeying Clary Lambert's unseen guidance, she'd found her way back to where she'd begun. Now she concentrated, summoning that guidance once more.
I can do it,
she said, her voice imbued with new confidence.
I can get us back.
She gazed down at the dashboard of the boat, reaching out to brush her fingers over the unfamiliar array of instruments, grasping the key and turning it. An alarm buzzer sounded, and for a moment Kelly hesitated, but then followed the impulses that came into her mind and pressed a button. The engine came to life. As she pushed the transmission forward and the boat began to slip through the water, the woman in the stern screamed.
"No, we can't leave. He has my baby."
The words came to Kelly's ears as if from a great distance, and she was barely aware of them, for her mind was turned inward now, following only the invisible guidance to which she now gave herself. The boat moved slowly through the writhing maze of channels, and though they all looked alike to Kelly, she let herself be guided, turning from one channel into another with no concern as to the direction she was going or the breadth of the passages she chose. Ahead, the channel narrowed, and behind Kelly, two of the women looked nervously at each other.
"We're not going to get out," one of them said. "She doesn't have the slightest idea where we are. She's making it worse."
The other woman said nothing, for she could see Kelly's face, see her eyes staring straight ahead, never wavering, never glancing around as if looking for landmarks. Foliage closed in around the boat, choking the channel, and what little conversation had been going on died out completely as wary eyes watched the shore, certain that at any moment the frightening figure might appear again to snatch one of the other children from the boat. Mothers tightened their grip on their children, and the children themselves clung to their mothers. Suddenly, the prow of the boat burst out of the tangling vines and the canal spread into a broad lagoon. Ahead, directly across the lagoon, was the dock at the tour headquarters. The invisible hand that had held Kelly's mind released its grip, and she gasped slightly, certain she had failed, that nothing at all had happened. But then she looked around and recognized the tour headquarters only a few yards away.
"I did it,"
she said, almost inaudibly.
"I got us here."
As Kelly clumsily maneuvered the boat up against the dock, she saw Phil Stubbs glaring at her, his face red with fury.
"What the hell's going on?" he demanded. "Where's Michael? You should have been back an hour ago."
"He's not here,"
Kelly told him, her voice distant, as if she'd hardly heard the question. Stubbs stared at her, seeing for the first time the strange look in her eyes. But before he could say anything else, a babble of voices broke out.
"My baby!"
the woman in the stern screamed.
"He took my baby!"
Stubbs stared at the woman in confusion.
"What?"
"It was a man,"
another of the women told him.
"A horrible old man. He looked crazy and he took her baby."
Her voice rose.
He just came out of the swamp and took it. The guide went after him. For God's sake, call the police.
Stubbs froze. A man? What were they talking about? But all the women were shouting at him now, and their children too.
Now just calm down, Stubbs finally called above the confusion.
He turned to Kelly, who was gazing off into the swamp, her brows knit into a deep frown.
Tell me what happened,
he said. Kelly's head swung slowly around. Her voice held a strange, abstract quality, as if she were only vaguely aware of what she was saying.
We were going through a channel. There was a man on the shore, and as we passed him, he reached in and picked up a baby. He wanted it. He wanted a baby.
Phil Stubbs's eyes narrowed.
Who?
He demanded.
Who was it? Did you recognize him?
Kelly hesitated, but then nodded.
It was my grandfather.
Michael swore out loud as his foot caught under a mangrove root, throwing him forward to sprawl in the soft mud that bordered the island. Ignoring the pain in his ankle, he scrambled back to his feet and stood still, listening. Carl Anderson seemed to have simply disappeared. And yet, only a moment ago, just before he'd tripped, Michael was sure he'd heard the sound of a baby crying. It had only lasted a fraction of a second, then was suddenly cut off, as if someone had silenced the baby by covering its mouth. He looked around, searching the thickets with his eyes, but seeing nothing. Everywhere he looked there seemed to be only tangles of mangrove roots, and the strange cypress knees that protruded above the water's surface like dead stumps, and stands of pine trees. And yet he could feel that Carl Anderson was close by, sense his presence somewhere so near that Michael felt as though he should be able to see him. Clary. The name popped into his mind unbidden, but suddenly he could see her in his mind's eye, sitting on the porch of her shanty, her eyes gazing into the swamp, but her mind reaching much farther than her eyes could see. Closing his eyes, he silently called out to her, willing her to answer him, willing her to reach into his mind and guide him to wherever Carl Anderson might be hiding. And slowly an image took form. An image of a single pine tree, taller than all the rest, standing alone and surrounded by a dense thicket of brush. He opened his eyes and looked around. The pine tree stood not 50 feet away, exactly as he'd just pictured it in his mind. He started toward it, his eyes fixed on the thicket, but his mind concentrating on the image that had been summoned up when he called out to Clary Lambert. And in that image, he could see Carl Anderson clearly, crouched in the brush, his back to the tree, clutching the baby in his arms. He could see the slack folds of Carl's skin, see his sunken, fevered eyes, see his cracking fingernails. He pushed his way into the brush, parting the grasses before him. A moment later, his eyes beheld the vision his mind had already seen. Carl leaned against the tree, the baby held in his left arm as he clutched his gun in the trembling fingers of his right hand. The gun was raised, its barrel pointing at Michael's chest. Michael paused, staring at the reality of the vision that had plagued him for so long, but now the fear he had always felt in the presence of the ancient man was gone.
Get away from me,
Carl Anderson croaked, his voice rattling in his throat.
I'll kill you.
Michael's eyes remained fixed on the old man.
You can't kill me,
he heard himself say.
You know you can't kill me. I'm already dead.
Carl Anderson gasped as he heard the words, and stared up at the teenage boy whose eyes were fixed on him with a steadiness that made his heart pound.
No,
he said, his voice taking on a pleading note now.
Leave me alone. I never hurt you. None of us ever hurt you.
Our souls,
Michael said.
You stole our souls.
Carl's eyes widened. The gun wavered in his hand as Michael came toward him. He tried to steady the revolver, tried to squeeze the trigger, but the boy's eyes seemed to hold him in their own paralyzing grip, and as Michael moved steadily closer, Carl felt the gun slipping from his fingers.
No,
he muttered, clutching at the weapon as his heart began to race, pounding in his chest with a terrifyingly erratic rhythm that warned him of what was to come a split second before it happened. As Michael reached out to him, and Carl's fear turned into blind panic, a violent stab of pain slashed through his chest, shooting down into his arms and legs. The gun dropped from his fingers as his right hand fell to the ground. The baby rolled onto the thick carpet of pine needles as Carl's left arm went limp. Pain tore through Carl's head then, a blinding, searing agony that rent his sanity into shattered pieces a moment before he died. As his mind collapsed, Carl saw demons rising up out of the netherworld, coming toward him with pitchforks and torches, intent on torturing his body for eternity. And an eternity it seemed in those last seconds before his death, as the demons fell upon him, ripping his skin from his muscles, jabbing sharp slivers beneath his fingernails and into his joints, tearing his limbs from his body and laying open his belly to spill his intestines onto the ground. He screamed, flailing at the creatures that beset him, but his struggles were nothing more than the twitchings of a dying man, and though the hell into which he had plunged seemed to him to go on forever, his body soon lay still beneath the pine tree. In the silence that followed Carl's death, Michael stared at the body with an odd detachment, as if it had nothing to do with him. And then a voice spoke inside him.
Take back what is yours.
He crouched down next to Carl Anderson's body, then ripped open his shirt to expose the old man's sunken chest. Nothing was left of the robust figure that the man had been only yesterday, for today all the years he had stolen had come back to claim him. His ribs, brittle and soft, crumpled as Michael touched his chest, and when the boy's fingers tore into his flesh, the desiccated tissue gave way as if it had been cooked. Michael ripped through the old man's sternum, tearing open his chest cavity, reaching inside the man, finally feeling what he was searching for. A tiny fragment of bloody tissue, resting just above the old man's lungs, close by his heart. Michael ripped it loose, and then, his hands covered with blood, stuffed the withered vestige of Carl Anderson's thymus into his mouth. He swallowed the bit of tissue, his stomach heaving as he choked, but then the spasm passed. A strange warmth he had never felt before spread out through his body, and he remained where he was, letting the aura envelop him, letting it expand into his mind and fill him up. The emptiness he'd felt all his life was suddenly gone, and he felt whole. For the first time in his life, Michael began to cry. He felt the hot tears running down his cheeks, tasted the salt of them with the tip of his tongue. He let the tears run free, washing away the pain of 16 years. Only when his tears were finally exhausted did he pick up the baby, cradling it in his arms.
It's all right,
he whispered.
Nothing's going to hurt you now.
The baby began to cry, but Michael held it close, kissing it gently on the forehead, and soon its sobbing began to die away. At last, the baby calm in his arms, Michael left the thicket and went to the edge of the water. Setting the baby gently on the ground, he washed himself clean of Carl Anderson's blood. Finally, he picked the baby up again and started making his way through the swamp toward the tour headquarters. He was whole again, and once the baby in his arms was safe, he knew what it was he had to do. He and Kelly together. 26. Mary Anderson was in her bedroom, staring at the last box that still remained unopened from the move from Atlanta. She knew what was in them: old albums, ledgers remaining from Ted's failed attempt to start a business 3 years ago, her own report cards from grade school and high school, all the things everyone always saved but rarely looked at. She toyed briefly with the idea of sorting through the box, but quickly realized that in the end she would simply repack it anyway. She picked it up to take it out to the garage, where it would join her father-in-law's own collection of memorabilia on the metal storage shelves that lined the south wall. But as she passed through the living room, the doorbell chimed softly, and she set the box down next to the sofa. She opened the door to find Barbara Sheffield standing on the porch, an air of anxiety surrounding her that made Mary's welcoming smile fade quickly into a worried frown.
Barbara? What is it? What's happened?
Barbara fleetingly wondered if she shouldn't simply turn around and go back home. But after last night and this morning, when the thoughts that had been growing in her mind ever since Jenny's funeral had coalesced into a deep-seated conviction, she'd known she had no choice. She had to talk to Mary Anderson, had to find out the truth of Kelly's origins, if Mary even knew. She hadn't called first, hadn't wanted to tell Mary why she was coming. After all, how would she feel if one of her friends called her up to announce that she was Michael's real mother? A stranger calling with such an announcement would be one thing. Indeed, ever since she and Craig had adopted Michael, she'd always been prepared for the possibility that at some point her son's natural mother might appear. She would have been able to deal with that, for at least she would know that Michael had no relationship with such a person. But this was different, for Barbara had a relationship to Kelly. What if Mary thought she was planning to lay claim to her daughter? Still, Barbara felt she simply had to know, had to lay all the doubts in her mind to rest.
"I need to talk to you, Mary,"
she said at last.
"I know it's going to sound crazy, but I've been having the most awful thoughts. I can't seem to shake the idea that Kelly might be my daughter, that maybe Sharon didn't die when she was born."
Speaking the thoughts out loud for the first time, she realized how bizarre they sounded.
"I know it sounds crazy,"
she went on, stumbling on her own words now.
"It's just, well, there's so many little things. The way she looks. And Amelie Colton. You know what she said at the funeral."
Her eyes flooded with tears and her voice turned into a choking sob.
"Oh, Mary, I don't know. It's all just so awful for me. I feel like I'm coming apart and I don't know what to do."
Mary drew Barbara into the house and closed the door, then led her into the kitchen.
It's all right, Barbara. I know how you must be feeling. It has to be horrible for you right now.
She poured a cup of coffee from the pot on the stove and sat down across from Barbara.
Now tell me what I can do.
Barbara took a deep breath, struggling to control her roiling emotions, finally speaking only when she was certain her voice wouldn't fail her.
I thought maybe if you could tell me where Kelly came from."
It was an adoption agency in Atlanta,
Mary told her.
Ted and I had been waiting for almost a year.
"Atlanta?"
Barbara echoed hollowly. An image of the box on the living room floor popped into Mary's mind, and she stood up.
I'll be right back.
A moment later, she came back into the kitchen, the box in her arms. Opening it, she began piling its contents on the table and finally lifted out a photo album.
Look through this,
she said, handing the album to Barbara.
It's full of pictures of Kelly, from the day we picked her up at the agency right up until a year or so ago.
Her voice took on a wistful quality.
The last couple of years, I'm afraid we didn't take many pictures. Ted's business wasn't doing well, and...
Her voice trailed off.
I guess the last couple of years there just wasn't much we wanted to remember.
Barbara opened the album and began flipping through the pages. The early pictures, when Kelly was an infant, meant nothing. But as Kelly grew and her features began to develop, Barbara felt the same familiarity as she had when comparing Kelly to her niece Tisha. From the age of 4 on, the resemblance was there. The two children, apparently unrelated, looked enough alike to have been sisters.
I found it,
Mary said a few minutes later, interrupting Barbara's reverie as she sat gazing at a picture of Kelly when she was about the same age as Jenny. Again, she looked nothing like Jenny, who took after her father, but her resemblance to Tisha, and even more so to Barbara's own sister, was eerie. At last, Barbara looked up from the page. Mary, her expression almost sorrowful, was holding out a folded sheet of heavy paper.
It's Kelly's birth certificate,
she said softly.
I think it tells you what you want to know.
Barbara took the certificate, her fingers trembling, but for some reason she couldn't bring herself to look at it for a moment. Finally she unfolded it, her eyes misting over as she studied it. It was from a hospital in Orlando that she'd never heard of. It recorded the birth of a baby girl, born a week after Sharon had been born. The baby had been given no first name, its identification stated impersonally as Infant Richardson, the daughter of Irene Richardson. Father unknown. Barbara felt her heart sink, but as she studied the signature of the attending physician, something stirred inside her. Philip Waring. She'd never heard the name before. Yet there was something familiar about the signature, something flicking around the edges of her mind. Then it came to her, and she reached into her purse, digging through it until she found the prescription Warren Phillips had given her the morning Jenny had died. The prescription she'd never filled. She flattened the form out and laid it next to the birth certificate. The scrawl of the attending obstetrician's first name matched the last name of her own doctor. The first 3 letters of the obstetrician's last name matched the corresponding scribble of the first syllable of Warren Phillips's own signature. She stared at the 2 signatures for a long time, telling herself it wasn't possible, that it was merely a strange coincidence, that neither of the signatures was actually even legible. They were nothing more than doctors' scribblings. The denials still tumbling in her mind, she spoke to Mary Anderson.
There's something wrong,
she said quietly.
Mary, I think this birth certificate is a fake.
Mary Anderson's eyes clouded.
Barbara, it's the certificate we were given by the agency. Why would they?
Let's call the hospital, Mary.
Barbara broke in.
Please?
10 minutes later, Barbara felt a cold numbness spreading through her body. The hospital in Orlando was real. The birth certificate was not. There was no record of an Irene Richardson giving birth to a child in the hospital. No record of an infant Richardson at all. No Dr. Philip Waring had ever been connected with the hospital in any way. When the phone call was over, the 2 women looked at each other, Mary Anderson now feeling as numbed as Barbara Sheffield.
What are we going to do?
Mary asked, suddenly fully understanding and sharing Barbara's obsession to find the truth of Kelly's origins. Barbara barely heard the question, for she already knew what had to be done. She wondered if she would be able to bear to stand in the cemetery one more time, gazing at the crypt in which her first child lay. She wondered if she would be able to watch them open it. But most of all, she wondered if she would be able to stand the awful reality of finding it empty. Tim Kitteridge sighed heavily, his large hands spreading across his desk in a gesture of helplessness as he faced Ted Anderson.
I still don't see what it is you expect me to do. If your father's sick, he's worse than sick,
Ted exploded.
He's dying. He's dying and he's gone off into the swamp somewhere. Now you don't know that,
Kitteridge replied.
All you know is that he wasn't in his office. That's a big development out there. I searched it,
Ted repeated for what seemed like the 5th time. He felt his temper rising, but struggled to control it. After he'd left his father early that morning, he'd gone to Warren Phillips's house and then to the hospital. Phillips had been in neither place, nor did anyone know where he might be.
I'll page him,
Jolene Mayhew had told him, but after 5 minutes with no reply to the page, he'd demanded an ambulance and gone back out to the construction site, to find that his father was gone. Taking the paramedics with him, he'd searched every house on the site, every possible place where his father could have been hiding. When the crew had arrived for work, he'd sent them out too, certain that somewhere on the 100 acres of Villejeune Links estates his father would be found. But there had been nothing. Nothing until one of the men had found tracks at the edge of the canal. That was when he'd come to the police station and tried to enlist Tim Kitteridge's help. He'd told him the whole story, but even as he talked, he'd seen the skepticism in the police chief's eyes.
Now come on, Anderson,
Kitteridge had told him after he'd described how his father had looked early that morning.
Nobody ages like that overnight. And I know your father. He's strong as an ox and works harder than most men half his age. And he looks half his age, too,
Ted had shot back.
Phillips has been giving him some kind of shots. I don't know what they are, but I saw what happened to him a week ago. It was like watching the Fountain of Youth or something. He was feeling really bad and looked terrible, and an hour later he was fine. But this morning he looked like he was dying.
Kitteridge's eyes rolled.
If he was really dying, I find it hard to believe he took off into the swamp. And I can't start sending out search parties every time someone goes in there, especially not for someone who's lived here all his life. If your dad wanted to take off for a while, that's his business, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Ted glared angrily at the police chief.
What about Phillips? Dad saw him this morning. He told me so himself, and now he's gone. He's not home and he's not at the hospital. Where is he?
Kitteridge felt his own temper rising now.
Look, Mr. Anderson,
he said, his voice hard.
I don't know what you think my job is, but I can tell you it's not to go hunting for people who are minding their own business. You told me yourself that Phillips was out of whatever medicine he was giving your father. Maybe he went to get more of it. Did that ever occur to you? Jesus Christ,
Ted swore, making no attempt to check his anger any longer.
If whatever he was giving Dad was something he could just pick up in Orlando, why the hell would he run out? Dad says he makes it himself. Aren't you even interested in what he might be giving the people around here? It's drugs, goddammit, and you don't seem to give a shit.
Kitteridge rose to his feet, but just as he was about to speak, the phone on his desk jangled loudly. He snatched it up.
Yes?
He snapped into the mouthpiece. But as he listened, the angry scowl that was directed at Ted Anderson began to fade.
Okay,
he said.
I'll be right out there. And I'm bringing Ted Anderson with me.
He placed the receiver back on the hook. When he looked back at Ted, his impatience had turned to uncertainty.
That was Phil Stubbs,
he said.
One of the tour boats just came in. There's been a kidnapping. He said an old man came out of the swamp and lifted a baby right out of the boat.
Ted said nothing, but felt a cold knot of fear forming in his stomach.
Your daughter was there,
Kitteridge went on.
She saw the whole thing, and she says she knows who the man was. Dad,
Ted breathed.
It was my father, wasn't it?
Kitteridge nodded. Together, the two men left the police station. Barbara Sheffield barely nodded to her husband's secretary as she passed through the small front office of his two-room suite over the hardware store and walked into the large room where Craig worked. He was on the telephone as she came through the doorway, but when he saw the look on her face, he abruptly cut his conversation short, rising to his feet.
Barbara? What's happened?
She silently crossed the room to drop a folded sheet of heavy yellowed vellum onto his desk. He picked it up, stared at it blankly for a moment, then looked curiously at his wife.
What's this?
When she spoke, Barbara heard the hollowness in her own voice.
Kelly Anderson's birth certificate. Except that nothing on it is true, and I'm sure Warren Phillips forged the signature.
The emotions she'd been holding in check by the sheer force of her will suddenly boiled up inside her. She sank into the chair in front of Craig's desk, her eyes flooding with tears. Moving around the desk, Craig dropped down to kneel next to her, putting his arm around her.
Honey, what's going on? What are you doing to yourself?
Doing to myself, Barbara echoed silently. The fear she'd been feeling turned into anger, and she pulled herself free of her husband's embrace.
I'm not doing anything, she exclaimed, her voice rising. All I'm trying to do is find out what's been done to me and to our little girl. She's not dead, Craig, can't you understand? Barbara, honey, Craig began as he stood up again, but Barbara cut him off. It's Sharon, Barbara told him. Something's wrong, Craig. Sharon's not dead. Dr. Phillips took Sharon when she was born and did something to her. Then he arranged for her to be adopted by Mary and Ted Anderson.
Craig stared at her in shock. What was she talking about? The whole idea of it was so bizarre.
I know it sounds crazy, Craig, Barbara went on as if she'd read the thoughts spinning through his mind. But just listen to me. Just give me 5 minutes.
She told him about the pictures she'd looked at, first in her own album, then in Mary Anderson's. But it wasn't until she told him about the phone call to the hospital in Orlando that she saw the disbelief in his eyes begin to give way to a worried frown.
You can call them yourself,
she said, handing him the birth certificate once more.
In fact, I wish you would. Maybe the woman I talked to made a mistake. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe...
She floundered for a moment, trying to sort through her conflicting emotions, but finally gave up, leaning tiredly back in the chair.
I don't know what I think.
Craig picked up the phone and made the call, but as he spoke to the woman in Orlando, his eyes fixed on the signature at the bottom of the birth certificate. He'd seen Warren Phillips's signature hundreds of times over the years, and he knew Barbara was right. Despite the fact that the name was different, it was still clearly only a variation on the doctor's distinctive scrawl. Even so, when the phone call was finished, he tried to think of some other meaning for the anomaly.
It doesn't mean Kelly is Sharon, he said. It could be some kind of coincidence.
Barbara cut him off.
I thought of that, she told him. I've tried to think of everything. But we never saw Sharon, Craig, neither of us. Not after she was born. Not at the funeral. We simply believed what we were told.
Her voice held a note of self-condemnation that tore at Craig's heart.
What do you want me to do?
He asked, and for the first time there was no challenge in his voice.
We have to open the crypt, Barbara told him. We have to find out if Sharon is really dead. If we don't, I think I'm going to go crazy. I can't stand it anymore, Craig. Ever since I met Kelly, I've had the feeling that she's Sharon. I can't explain all of it, and I know her resemblance to Tisha could just be a coincidence, but I just can't get over the feeling that she's our daughter.
Craig felt as if he was standing at the lip of a great yawning abyss, and that if he weren't very, very careful, he might slip over the edge and be swallowed up by the emptiness below. If the baby they'd both looked forward to so much and then lost even before they'd seen it, if that baby were still alive. He wasn't sure he could bring himself to finish the thought, consumed as he was by a great wave of black fury that had risen inside him and threatened to sweep all reason away from him.
Mary,
he said, turning away from the dark thoughts.
What did Mary say?
Barbara closed her eyes for a moment, wishing there were some way of avoiding what Kelly's mother had told her. But she couldn't.
She says she wants to know too. She says there's always been something about Kelly she couldn't understand, as if something inside her is missing.
She hesitated, then went on.
She's always thought it was her fault, that she'd failed Kelly. But if Phillips did something to her...
Craig grasped at the straw.
What?
He demanded.
What possible motive would Phillips have? My God, he's a doctor. Doctors don't steal babies from their mothers. There's something else,
Barbara said, her voice sending a chill through Craig. She opened her purse and took a picture out of it, handing it to her husband.
Remember when that picture was taken, just before Sharon was born?
Craig gazed down at the picture, nodding.
I don't see... Look at some of the men in that picture, Craig. Warren Phillips and Carl Anderson, Orrin Hatfield and Fred Childress, Judd Duvall.
Craig's eyes scanned the picture, quickly picking out the men Barbara had named.
They haven't changed much, have they?
He said. When Barbara said nothing for several long seconds, he looked up and found her staring at him.
They haven't changed at all, Craig. Not one of them has aged a day in the last 16 years. And I keep thinking about that. Orrin Hatfield is the county coroner. He signed the death certificates for Sharon and for Jenny. Fred Childress buried them both. Judd Duvall found Jenny in the swamp. And Carl Anderson is Kelly's grandfather.
Craig didn't want to look at the picture that was coming together in his own mind, didn't want to accept what his wife was suggesting, and yet he couldn't deny her words.
They're doing something, Barbara said. They're doing something with our children, and it's keeping them young. They're taking something from them, Craig. I don't understand it, and I can't prove it, but I know it's true. They stole our daughters, Craig.
Craig felt himself slipping over into the abyss.
We don't know that,
he said, his voice desperate.
And what about Michael?
Barbara asked. Craig looked at her numbly, but understood instantly what she was asking. He got up, went to the safe, and a moment later found what he was looking for. After studying it for a moment, a cold knot of fear forming in his stomach, he handed Michael's birth certificate to Barbara. She felt an odd dispassion as she stared at the document, as if it merely proved what she already knew. The same hospital. The same signature.
Barbara, it's all supposition, Craig began. Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I hope I'm wrong? That I'm just refusing to adjust to Jenny's death? But what if she's not dead either, Craig? What if I'm not wrong? There's only one way we can find out.
Craig said nothing for a long moment, but at last he took a deep breath and met her eyes.
All right,
he said.
Let's go see what we can do.
27. Kelly looked fearfully at Tim Kittredge.
It wasn't anybody's fault,
she insisted. She'd done her best to repeat to the police chief exactly what had happened, but with her father's eyes on her, she still felt oddly guilty, as if somehow she'd let him down again.
And you told Phil Stubbs that the man who took the baby was your grandfather?
Kittredge asked. Kelly's eyes flicked once more toward her father. He was watching her, his eyes boring into her. If she said the wrong thing. But she couldn't lie, couldn't pretend she might have been mistaken. Because she wasn't mistaken. The man in the swamp had been her grandfather, even though he'd looked much worse than he had when she'd seen him early this morning when he left the house. Finally, she nodded.
It was him, she breathed. He looked different from the way he usually does, but it was him.
Ted Anderson started to say something, but Kittredge silenced him with a look.
How, Kelly?
He asked.
How did he look different?
Kelly hesitated. If she told them the truth, they were going to think she was crazy. But there were other people who had seen her grandfather, and even though they didn't know who he was, they knew what he looked like.
He looked sick, she finally said, her voice trembling. Well, it was like he'd gotten old. Really old, like he was going to die or something.
She paused, anticipating her father's accusation that she was lying, but when her father said nothing, she went on.
It was really weird. I saw him this morning when he went to work, and he looked funny then, too. But in the swamp it was worse. His hair was falling out, and his face was all covered with wrinkles, and his eyes were all sunken in.
She saw the look that passed between her father and the police chief and fell silent again. But when her father spoke, he didn't challenge her words at all.
"It's what I told you,"
Ted said.
"There's something wrong with him, and whatever it is, it has to do with the shots Phillips has been giving him. It sounds like they've made him go nuts or something."
Kitteridge nodded curtly, his mind racing.
"Whatever's wrong, the first thing is to find him and get that baby back."
He pulled his portable radio from its case on his belt and snapped it on. When Marty Templar's voice crackled through the small speaker, he began issuing a series of orders.
"We've got Carl Anderson in the swamp, and he's got a baby with him. We need men, and we need them armed. Anderson's got a gun, and we have to assume he's willing to use it. And Marty," he added, "the Sheffield kid's out there too. He went after Anderson, so make sure no one shoots the wrong person, got it?"
He listened for a moment, then,
"We'll take off from Phil Stubbs's place. Kelly Anderson can show us where the old man made the snatch, and maybe we can track him from there."
He shut off the radio, then turned back to Kelly.
"Can you find your way back there?"
Kelly's tongue ran nervously over her lower lip.
I don't know,
she finally admitted. Kitteridge frowned.
"You got all those people back here, didn't you?" he asked.
Kelly felt numb. How could she explain what had happened? How could she tell them that she hadn't known where she was going at all, but instead had been simply following unspoken instructions that seemed to come from inside her head? At last she nodded.
"Maybe I can,"
she stammered.
"But I'm not sure. I just sort of steered the boat, going whatever way looked right."
But Kitteridge had stopped listening. His attention already shifted to the young mother sitting in the midst of a cluster of her friends a few yards away, her face streaked with fresh tears. Left alone with her father, Kelly looked up at him worriedly.
"Daddy, what's wrong with me?"
she asked. His daughter's voice held a pathos that twisted Ted Anderson's heart, and he gently put his arms around her.
"Honey, there isn't anything wrong with you. You're a heroine. You brought all those people out of the swamp."
Before he could finish, Kelly said,
"It wasn't me, Daddy. I can't even remember doing it. It was like there was a voice in my head telling me what to do."
Ted's arms tightened around his daughter. He wanted to tell her that everything was fine, that whatever had happened in the swamp this morning, she had been the one to bring the boat out, and that he was proud of her. But before he could say anything at all, he felt her stiffen in his arms.
"Look,"
she said.
"Daddy, look, it's Michael. He's got the baby."
Michael, the baby held securely in his arms, stepped into the shallow channel that separated the island from the mainland and the tour headquarters.
"Wait!"
someone shouted from the other side.
"We'll come over in the boat."
Michael paused, then acknowledged the call with a wave of his hand. But while he waited for the boat to come and pick him up, he wondered what he was going to tell them. He could see the police chief in the boat and knew there were going to be questions. Questions he couldn't answer. They were going to want to know where Carl Anderson was and how he had gotten the baby away from him. And he could tell them that. But what could he tell them about the way Carl Anderson had died and what he had done to the corpse? Nothing. His mind had been reeling ever since the moment he had felt that first flush of warmth spread through his body. First felt those hot tears stinging his eyes and running down his cheeks. From that moment, everything about the world had looked different to him and felt different, and he knew why. Somehow, in that moment when Carl Anderson was dying, Michael had recovered his soul. And he knew now what he had to do. As the boat reached him and he handed the baby into the waiting arms of its mother, then let Tim Kitteridge help him into the boat as well, he said nothing. Nor did he speak as the questions began to come at him from every direction, first from the baby's mother, then from the police chief. But at last, after the boat was docked, he told them what happened.
I followed him, and finally I caught up to him. He had a heart attack or something. He didn't try to hurt me or the baby or anything. He just ran as long as he could and then collapsed.
Collapsed? Kitteridge asked. Michael nodded.
He was under a tree, a tall pine, the tallest one around. He was trying to hide in some bushes, but I could see him. And he saw me too.
Michael's voice took on a hollow quality.
He died. He just died.
Kitteridge's frown deepened.
And you just left him there?
Michael nodded distractedly, as if he was having trouble even remembering what had happened.
I had to bring the baby back,
he said.
I had to bring it back to its mother.
Though Kitteridge was certain there was more to the story than Michael had told him, he decided that any more questions could wait until later. The boy's face was pale and his eyes looked glazed.
All right,
he said.
You just take it easy for a few minutes. Then maybe you can take us back to where you left him. Think you can do that?
Michael's head moved in assent, and the police chief's attention shifted to Marty Templar, who had just arrived with 4 other men. But while Kitteridge talked to the deputy, Michael quietly went in search of Kelly Anderson. He found her near the dock, looking out uncertainly at the swamp.
You okay?
He asked, standing beside her. Kelly shook her head.
They wanted me to take them back to where we were when my grandfather took the baby, but I didn't think I could.
She turned to face Michael.
I don't remember how I got back.
Michael took her hand in his own.
It doesn't matter. They want me to take them to where I left your grandfather, but I'm not going to.
Kelly frowned, but Michael kept talking, and for the first time she noticed that he'd changed somehow. His eyes burned with indignation.
I know what's wrong with us, Kelly,
he said, his voice dropping so no one but she could hear him.
I know what's wrong with all of us, and I know how to fix it.
10 minutes later, when Tim Kitteridge went looking for Michael, he had disappeared. He and Kelly Anderson as well. Clary Lambert opened her eyes, blinking in the bright sunlight. She was sitting on the porch of her house, her body erect in the rocking chair. She felt tired from the effort it had taken her to reach out first to Kelly's mind and then to Michael Sheffield's, but now it was over, and she could hear the soft throbbing of the outboard engine as the boat bearing the 2 teenagers drew near. She turned in her chair, feeling the ache of her protesting muscles, and smiled at Jonas Cox.
Baby comin'. You hear?
Jonas said nothing, his eyes searching the waterways in the direction from which the low sound drifted. Only when the boat came around the end of the next island and he recognized Michael and Kelly sitting in the stern did he finally relax. When he'd first heard the boat, he'd been certain that it was the dark man coming for him. As the boat bumped against the pilings beneath the structure, Jonas reached down, taking the line that Kelly held up to him, and tied it to the railing. Then Kelly and Michael climbed up the short ladder, coming to a sudden stop when they saw Clary's eyes fixed on them.
The baby?
The old woman asked.
He's all right,
Michael told her.
I got him back to his mother.
It was my grandfather who took him,
Kelly said.
Why did he?
Before she could finish her question, Clary's voice, crackling with anger, cut her off.
Not your grandpa, the old woman declared. Don't you never think that man was your grandpa, and it don't matter now. He be dead.
Jonas Cox's pinched face paled.
Michael killed him?
He asked, his voice trembling.
No, Clary replied. Michael didn't kill Carl Anderson. Carl Anderson died a long time ago. Only his body stayed alive.
Her glittering eyes shifted away from Jonas, boring into Kelly.
You saw him. You saw him in your dreams and in your mirror. Both of you did. But it weren't just him you saw. It was all of them. All the old men whose souls died but whose bodies stayed alive, sucking up the lives and the souls of the young'uns.
Clary's gaze shifted toward Michael, and now she noticed the difference in his eyes. The empty gaze of the children of the circle was gone, and Michael's eyes smoldered with anger.
It's what he wanted that baby for. Gonna take that little child to the dark man so he could suck the life out of it. That's what that evil man was going to do.
She smiled again and chuckled softly.
But you didn't let him, did you? You took that baby away from him and took your soul back too, didn't you?
Kelly gasped, her eyes widening as she turned to Michael.
But if you didn't kill him, I didn't have to,
Michael told her, knowing what she was thinking. He hesitated, seeing once more the scene at the foot of the pine tree when Carl Anderson had watched him coming close and known what he was going to do. Known, and been unable to stop him.
I would have killed him, though,
he said at last, his voice quiet.
If he hadn't died, I would have killed him.
His eyes, glistening with tears he made no attempt to wipe away, held steadily on Kelly as he told her what had happened.
It was something inside him,
he concluded after describing his attack on Carl Anderson's corpse.
I could feel that there was something there, something I had to find.
He hesitated, then went on.
It was something that was mine, that I knew he'd taken from me. And when I found it...
His voice broke and he couldn't tell her what he'd done. The memory of stuffing that bloody piece of atrophied tissue into his mouth, then forcing himself to swallow it, was still too fresh in his mind. He smiled at Kelly, feeling once more that welcome warmth within him that until a little while ago he'd never experienced, nor even missed.
I'm free now,
he went on.
I know what's wrong with you, and Jonas and all the rest of us too. I know what he took from all of us, and I know how to make us well again.
Jonas Cox's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
Ain't no way to do nothing to the dark man, he said. Ain't nobody even knows where to find him, and if he wants you, ain't nowheres to hide.
Michael shook his head.
It's over,
he told the frightened boy.
He can't make us do anything. Maybe he never could. All he could do was frighten us. But we're all together, and we're stronger than he is.
He turned to Clary Lambert, their eyes meeting.
Call them, Clary. Call everyone.
Clary turned and went back into the house, the 3 children following her.
I knew the time were coming,
she muttered softly, almost to herself.
Ain't nothing bad gonna happen anymore after tonight.
She moved to her worn chair and let herself sink into it, closing her eyes. Silence settled over the room, and then Kelly began once more to hear the strange melody inside her head. As its intangible threads began to wind around her, she turned to Michael, her eyes questioning.
She's calling the circle,
he said.
She's calling us together for the last time.
As Kelly gave herself to the haunting strains that seemed to come out of nowhere, she felt a pang of fear. What if she wasn't strong enough?
What if she couldn't find the will within herself to do whatever it was that Michael had done? But she put the thoughts aside. She would do whatever was necessary if it would free her from the awful terror of her nightmares and from the chilling emptiness that had always yawned within her, threatening to swallow her up as if she'd never existed at all.
28. Craig and Barbara Sheffield sat in the car, staring at the peaceful facade of the small white colonial building with green shutters that housed the Villejeune mortuary, neither of them willing to go inside, neither of them ready to face what they might find there. But at last Craig sighed, opened the door, and got out. A moment later, Barbara joined him on the sidewalk. Craig gave her an encouraging squeeze.
Ready?
Saying nothing, Barbara pulled open the front door and stepped into the unnatural hush of the funeral home's foyer. Ahead and to the left was the viewing room in which Jenny had lain only a few days ago. It was empty now, its door standing open. To the right, across from the viewing room, was a small office, and as Craig and Barbara stepped inside, Fred Childress looked up, his eyes clouding as he recognized them and saw the strained look on Barbara's face.
Barbara? Craig? Is something wrong? Yes,
Craig replied coldly.
Something is very wrong. I want the keys to our mausoleum, Fred.
The undertaker's eyes widened in shock.
My mausoleum. The one where my children were buried, if they were buried at all.
Fred Childress rose to his feet, his expression indignant.
I don't know what you're implying, Craig,
he began, but once again Craig cut him off.
Get me the keys, Fred,
he said.
If you don't, I'm going to break into the crypt without them, and if I find what I think I'm going to find, you're going to be spending a very long time in jail.
Childress's mind reeled. It wasn't possible. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Craig, you know I can't open a crypt without a court order,
he began, stalling for time, trying to straighten out the confusion that muddled his mind.
I don't have time, Fred,
Craig grated.
Now make up your mind. Do you want to give me those keys or shall I break in?
Childress's jaw worked for a moment, but suddenly he found an answer. Give them the keys. Let them open the tombs, and then deny anything they might suggest. Surely, if he cooperated with them, they couldn't blame him for what they found. Quickly, he disappeared from the office, returning a moment later with a heavy ring of keys in his hand.
This is most unusual, Craig,
he insisted.
According to the law. I know the law,
Craig said, taking the keys from the undertaker's hand.
Come on, Barbara.
Wheeling, he strode out of the office. As soon as he was gone, Fred Childress picked up the phone and began searching for Warren Phillips. Barbara stood rigidly in front of the mausoleum, not really seeing the stained limestone with its ornate facade. Indeed, as she waited while Craig searched for the right key, she barely saw the tomb at all. Suddenly she felt consumed by doubts. Did she really want to know? If the coffin was empty, what would it mean? Not only for her, but for Kelly too. If Warren Phillips had taken her the moment she was born and given her to the Andersons a week later, what would it mean? What had been done to her during that week? And now, 16 years later, what could be done about it? Though the afternoon was hot, Barbara felt herself shiver. For a moment, she was almost tempted to tell Craig she'd changed her mind, to tell him to stop before it was too late. But before she could speak, she heard his voice.
I have it,
he said softly. Her eyes suddenly focused, and she saw the large key that he'd inserted in the bronze door of the crypt. His hand was still on it, but he was looking at her as if he understood the doubts that were suddenly assailing her.
Are you sure?
He asked one more time. Barbara braced herself, then nodded. Craig turned the key in the lock. It stuck for a moment, then she heard the bolt slide back. Craig pulled the heavy door open, the hinges screeching in sharp protest at the intrusion. For the first time in 16 years, sunlight struck the small mahogany casket in which Sharon's tiny body had been interred. The wood had lost its luster over the years, and as Craig pulled the casket out of the tomb and set it carefully on the ground, an awful sadness came over Barbara. There was something about the coffin, after its years in the mausoleum, that struck her as even more final than death itself. As Craig began to lift the lid, Barbara turned away, unable to look at whatever might be inside. Only when Craig groaned softly did she finally force herself to look. What she saw bore no resemblance to anything human. Instead, lying on the yellowed and rotting satin with which the coffin was lined, was the desiccated body of an alley cat. There was little left of it, a few fragments of skin, long ago hardened into leather, and the bones laid out with a macabre naturalness. It was as if the creature had died in its sleep, one skeletal paw folded beneath its jaw, its tail curled up its side. The empty sockets of its eyes seemed to stare reproachfully up at her. Barbara's stomach twisted, and she quickly looked away. "Put it back," she whispered. "For God's sake, put it back." Craig lifted the coffin back into the tomb and closed the door, relocking it as if it had never been disturbed at all. Then, his own heart beating hard now, he began testing keys in Jenny's crypt. A moment later he found the right one, but this time it twisted easily in the lock, and when the door swung open there was no screech of protest from the recently oiled hinges. He stared at the end of his youngest daughter's coffin, putting off as long as he could the moment when he would have to slide it out. His hands trembled as he grasped the end of the box, but he pulled it out just enough to open the section of its lid that had been closed on Jenny's face only a few days ago. He lifted it up and peered inside. Staring into the empty interior of the casket, his mind reeled, threatening to shatter into 1,000 broken fragments.
"I was right, wasn't I?"
Barbara whispered, seeing the anguish on her husband's face.
"She's not there, is she?"
Craig swallowed hard in a futile attempt to dislodge the lump that had risen in his throat. He shook his head, unable to speak.
"Oh, God,"
Barbara moaned.
"What's happening, Craig? What did he do to our children?"
Craig dropped the lid and turned away, leaving Jenny's coffin protruding from the open door of the tomb. Putting his arm around his wife, he led her out of the cemetery. Warren Phillips glanced at his watch. In a few more hours, the last batch of thymus extract would be refined, and he would be ready to leave. Once he was gone, there would be no one left to answer the questions Tim Kitteridge would have. Within a few days, Judd Duval would be dead. So would Orrin Hatfield. And Fred Childress. All of them, crumbling into dust as their bodies consumed the youth he had given them. But he, along with his research and the few vials of the precious fluid he had left, would have simply disappeared, leaving behind him the laboratory in the basement and the empty nursery. He almost laughed out loud as he remembered the reassurances he'd given the undertaker when he'd called an hour ago.
"Stop worrying, Fred. There's nothing they can prove. Graves get robbed all the time, and there's nothing to lead them back to us."
Except for the birth certificates, but he hadn't told Fred about those. Fred or anyone else. And even if the Sheffields had discovered the forgery, it would still take some time before they'd be able to convince anyone to issue a search warrant for his house. At least until tomorrow morning, and tomorrow morning it would be too late. The 5 volumes of meticulous notes he'd accumulated over the years, detailing the research and experimentation he'd done before he'd finally succeeded in isolating the single compound within the body that held off the aging process, was already carefully packed in the trunk of his car. 5 volumes of complicated research that in retrospect seemed so simple, The thymus gland, that mysterious organ that was so large in an infant and shrank so steadily through puberty and adolescence, almost disappearing in adults, should have been the most obvious place for him to look when he'd started on the project 40 years ago. And yet, even after he'd become convinced that the thymus was the key to his search, it had still taken him years before he'd finally developed a method of extracting the secretion of the gland and refining it without destroying the precious hormone it contained. The answer to that problem, too, seemed simple now, for in retrospect it appeared obvious that it would be impossible to extract life from that which was already dead. The glands he'd taken from corpses in the morgue had proved all but useless, and it wasn't until he'd begun experimenting with live animals, mice at first, and then later dogs and cats, that he'd finally begun to find success. Only when he'd been quite sure of his methods had he begun experimenting on children, first using only the unwanted babies of the women of the swamp, the babies they'd neither planned for nor expected to survive. But as the work had progressed and the technique had finally been perfected, he'd known he would need more babies, for as the children began to grow up, and as their thymuses shrank, they became less and less useful to him. And he'd seen the differences in them, the differences he'd created by tapping into them long before they'd had a chance to develop normally. They'd grown up to be strange, quiet children who never cried but rarely laughed either. There was an ennui about them, as if something inside them, something almost spiritual, were lacking. They seemed to care nothing for themselves, or for anything else either. And yet they seemed to have developed some special form of communication, some new sense to compensate for the loss of their youth. He didn't pretend to understand this new sense, but had nevertheless found a use for it. He had created a cult for them, carefully nurturing it over the years, building a mystique around the children, exploiting their differences from normal children, using those differences to control them. He'd taught them that they were special children, but special only because of the dark man. The dark man that he'd given them almost as a god to be respected and obeyed, and to be provided with more children, whom they would bear themselves. Phillips had never appeared before them without the black mask that concealed his face, never let them know who he really was. And 16 years ago he'd put his own son into the project too. But his own son would be different. His son wouldn't grow up in the swamp, wouldn't be a part of the cult. Instead, his son would grow up in Villejeune, where Phillips could watch him, study him. He had carefully chosen Craig and Barbara Sheffield to be the parents of his son, certain that they would be able to give the child every advantage. They would raise his son outside the swamp, away from the ignorance and superstition of its denizens, away from the other children like him. So he'd taken their baby, replacing it with his own, but out of his own peculiar morality, and perhaps an instinctive sense that the circle of children should always remain incomplete. He'd seen to it that the Sheffield's little girl didn't grow up in the swamp either. She would grow up in Atlanta, and though he wouldn't be able to keep as close track of her as he might have liked, still he would be able to find out what he needed to know. Those two children, growing up in the normal world, would provide him with yet more knowledge. But Carl Anderson had let his son bring the Sheffield's daughter back to Villejeune, and now it was all coming apart. The circle, completed, was discovering the truth. Even before Fred Childress had called him today and told him of Craig and Barbara Sheffield's visit, he'd known that it was time to leave. But it was all right. There were other places he could go, other places he could find where there would be babies available to him. He could begin again. But until he could find that place, he would need enough of the hormone to keep himself young, to stave off the ravages of his own mortality. He moved into the nursery, ignoring Lavinia Carter, and took the bottle from the IV rack above the crib in which Amelie Colton's baby lay, its eyes staring up at him, almost as if it knew what was happening to it. Then he moved to Jenny Sheffield's bed. Jenny, too, was awake, and she shrank away from him as he approached, her eyes suspicious.
I want to go home,
she said.
I'm not sick and I want my mother.
Phillips replaced the bottle that was attached to the tube in Jenny's chest with a new one, then looked coldly down at the little girl.
You're not going to go home, Jenny,
he said.
You're sick. You're very sick, and tonight I'm afraid you're going to die.
Leaving Jenny staring after him, her eyes wide with terror, he turned and left the room. Barbara and Craig listened numbly as Ted Anderson told them what had happened.
I don't know what happened to the kids,
he finished.
Kelly brought the tour boat back, and a little while later Michael showed up with the baby, and then they just disappeared. We don't know where they went or why. No one even saw them go.
Barbara sank down onto a wooden bench on which Mary Anderson, called out to the tour headquarters an hour ago, was sitting. She saw Tim Kitteridge working his way through the crowd toward them and tried to stand up to meet him but couldn't.
I'm sorry about this, Craig,
he said, then turned to Barbara.
I'm sure the kids are all right,
he went on.
God knows they seem to know the swamp better than anyone else. We'll find them. You'd better find Warren Phillips, too,
Craig broke in.
It wasn't the kidnapping that brought us out here, Tim. We were just at the cemetery and something's very wrong around here. Neither of our daughters' bodies is in its crypt.
Kitteridge stared at him blankly.
What the hell?
It's Warren Phillips, Barbara blurted, her voice ragged with the beginnings of hysteria. He took Sharon and he took Jenny too. They didn't die, they never died at all. He's doing something with children, that's why Carl took that poor baby. The color drained out of Mary Anderson's face. You mean Kelly? Barbara nodded. It's the only thing that makes sense. Michael's birth certificate was forged too. For some reason, Warren Phillips is taking babies and he's been doing it for years. Her pent-up emotions spilling over, she collapsed against Mary Anderson. What are we going to do? She sobbed. What has he done to them? Kitteridge, still uncertain about what Barbara meant, turned to Craig.
Can you tell me what this is all about?
As calmly as he could, Craig tried to explain to the police chief what first Barbara and then the two of them had discovered that morning.
We don't have any idea what it's all about,
he finished.
But we know that there seem to be a lot of men around here who don't look nearly as old as they are. I'm talking about men who don't seem to have aged a day in the last 15 or 20 years.
He ticked off half a dozen names. When he came to Carl Anderson's, Kitteridge suddenly stopped him.
Carl had changed this morning,
he said.
According to Ted, he'd gotten old overnight. I mean, really old. When Ted saw him this morning, he looked like he was ready to die.
Suddenly, for the first time in weeks, he remembered George Colton. George Colton, whose body, if it was his body, even Amelie had been unable to identify.
You weren't that old,
she had said.
You weren't much older than me.
But the body he was certain in his own mind was George Colton, had looked at least 80, maybe even older.
What the hell is going on around here?
He said almost under his breath.
It sounds like Phillips must have found the fountain of youth or something.
In Craig Sheffield's mind, it all came together.
No,
he said.
It's worse. He's found out how to take the youth away from our children and sell it to his friends. That's what he needs the babies for. To take something out of them and use it himself.
Suddenly he remembered one other name, a name he'd left off the list he'd just recited to Tim Kitteridge.
Where's Judd Duval?
Kitteridge looked at him blankly.
He's in the swamp,
he said.
He's looking for Carl Anderson and the kids.
Craig was silent for a moment. Then, his voice hollow, he said,
You'd better hope he doesn't find them.
29. As dusk began to settle over the swamp, Judd Duval felt the first icy fingers of fear brush against him, making the hairs on the back of his neck rise up and his skin crawl as if tiny insects were creeping into his pores. He'd been in the swamp most of the afternoon, and as the day had worn on, an intangible sense of impending danger had come over him. Part of it, he knew, was simply the swamp itself. Despite having lived in it all his life, his fear of it seemed to grow steadily, and today he felt its thousands of eyes watching him from every direction. Yet no matter where he looked, he saw nothing. Nothing except the moss-laden trees, the twisting vines, the black, impenetrable water. And the creatures. Water moccasins slithered silently through the waterways, leaving only the faintest ripples behind them, and the ever-present alligators and crocodiles basked in the mud, their cold, glittering eyes seeming to fix hungrily on him as he passed. An hour ago he'd wound his way through the swamp rat's scattered settlement and found a difference there, too. The houses had seemed deserted, with no women sitting on their porches, no children playing at their feet. He'd seen no men mending their fishnets or patching their boats, yet he'd sensed their presence inside the houses, felt them watching him. It was as if they knew something, were hiding from some unseen danger that, though invisible, lay like a palpable force over the wetlands this afternoon. Now, as the light began to fade, Judd found himself staring at a small island that loomed ahead of him. A single dying pine tree rose up out of a thicket of undergrowth, its branches silhouetted against the reddening sky like beckoning arms. Judd slowed his boat, letting it drift forward on the slow-moving current until the prow scraped against the bottom. Judd's eyes left the tree, scanning the soft land along the shoreline. Reeds were broken, and footprints showed clearly in the mud. Footprints that led toward the thicket around the soaring pine. His heartbeat quickening, his sense of dread gathering around him like the cloak of darkness that was falling over the swamp, Judd got out of the boat and followed the tracks. He came to the tangle of brush around the pine tree and paused, his skin prickling. Every nerve fiber within him sensed that something vile was hidden within those bushes. A memory flashed into his mind, an image of the body in the swamp to which Amelie Colton had guided him. He pushed the memory aside and thrust himself into the dense foliage, forcing the branches aside, and saw Carl Anderson's body, stretched out on its back, already crawling with insects. A vulture, perched on Carl's face, one of his eyeballs clutched in its beak, screamed with indignation at the interruption of its feast, then leaped upward, its wings beating as it scrambled into the sky. Judd stared at the carnage that had been Carl Anderson's chest, torn open, congealing blood filling the cavity with a reddish-brown ooze. He gazed at the ruin of Carl's face, the eyes torn from their now empty sockets, only a few remaining scraps of skin still clinging to the bones of the old man's skull. Knowing now the truth of the danger he sensed, Judd backed away, then turned and fled to the safety of his boat. Starting the engine, he pulled away from the island, the image of the defiled corpse still fresh in his mind. He turned the boat homeward, intent only on reaching his cabin where perhaps he could lock the doors and windows against the terrible fear that was building within him. But even as he left the island where Carl Anderson lay, his panic began to peak, for moving through the gathering darkness, there were boats. Not boats filled with the other men who had come out with him to search for Carl Anderson's body. Boats filled with children. Strange, silent children, their eyes staring straight ahead, as if they were following some invisible beacon that only they could see. As they passed him, Judd Duval's heart began to pound, and an icy knot of pure terror took form in his belly, spreading slowly outward, threatening to paralyze him. Only when the last of the boats had finally passed did he start the engine of his own skiff and turn the other way, intent only on getting away from those mute, menacing children with their empty eyes. Barbara Sheffield felt her frustration reaching the breaking point. All afternoon she had tried to convince Tim Kitteridge that he should be searching Warren Phillips's office, his house, any place where they might be able to find proof of what she was certain he had done. But the chief had been adamant.
"I can't do it, Mrs. Sheffield,"
he'd told her only half an hour ago, with a patronizing tone of long-suffering forbearance in his voice that had made Barbara want to slap him.
"Right now I have other things to worry about. According to your own son, there's a body somewhere in the swamp, and now we've got those 2 kids missing as well. When we've taken care of that, I'll start looking into Warren Phillips."
What he hadn't told her was that he also had nothing with which to justify a search of Warren Phillips's premises. Until he'd had an expert study the birth certificates that Barbara and Craig Sheffield claimed were forged, and who might give him some evidence that Phillips had been the forger, he couldn't even go to a judge for a search warrant. And despite the pleas of the Sheffields, he wasn't about to commit himself to an illegal search of anything. That, he was certain, would leave him defending himself against a lawsuit for the rest of his career. But when Carl Anderson's body was found, it might be a different story. For if Carl looked as Kelly and Michael, and even Carl's own son, said he did, Kitteridge would have sufficient reason to talk to Phillips about what condition he might have been treating Carl for, and what drugs he had administered. But until the body was found, he had only second-hand impressions of Carl's condition.
"Does he really expect us to just wait here?"
Barbara demanded of Craig as night began to gather over the swamp. Craig, no less frustrated than his wife, sighed heavily.
"I wish I could tell you there's something else we can do, but he's right. What we think we know just doesn't matter, honey. Not to the law. He's only protecting himself, and if it weren't our own children involved, I'd have to agree with him. 2 empty crypts and a couple of birth certificates we don't think are real just isn't enough. But when Carl Anderson's body turns up—"
"If it turns up," Barbara interrupted him, her voice quavering.
"And what about Michael and Kelly? Where would they have gone, and why?"
Craig Sheffield could only shrug helplessly. But if another hour passed and the searchers had still turned up nothing, then despite the objections of Tim Kitteridge, he and Ted Anderson intended to join the search. Not that they had much hope of finding anything. The memory of his last search of the swamp was still all too fresh for him to delude himself about that, but at least he would be doing something. And doing something at this point would be better than waiting. Waiting and wondering. Michael rose from the sagging sofa and went to the door. Though it was dark out now, he couldn't remember the sunset at all. Indeed, the afternoon seemed to have disappeared, passing without a trace as Clary's silent song had filled his mind. But this time, unlike those days and nights in the swamp when he'd lost track of time and been left with nothing more than empty gaps of hours gone from his life, he knew what had happened. The memories were sharp and clear. Once more he'd seen the man who until today had come to him only in his dreams or haunted him in the mirror as he gazed at his own image. But now he understood that it was not just one man he'd seen, but many. Every man who had partaken of his youth had been in those dreams, but the visions he had seen of them since he was a child were as they truly were, stripped of their masks of stolen youth. Old men, ravaged not only by time, but by the evil that had consumed them, preserving their bodies even as it rotted their souls. This afternoon he had seen them again, and this time he'd seen them for what they were, recognized clearly the corruption within them. But today he felt no fear of them. Indeed, he felt their own fear, sensed their terror, saw them cowering away from him, knowing he was there, knowing what he intended to do, and knowing they had nothing left of their own with which to defend themselves. In each of them he had recognized tiny fragments of his own being, fragments that had reposed within them for years, waiting for him to claim them. And now the time was at hand. Turning away from the darkness outside, Michael went back into Clary's house. The old woman's eyes opened. It was fully dark now, and she lifted herself out of her chair, feeling once more the stiffness of her years. With trembling fingers, she struck a match and lit the wick of the oil lamp on the table. A soft glow of light diffused the darkness of the room, and Jonas Cox, dozing on the sofa next to Kelly Anderson, stirred at the sudden light. Clary went to the stove, opening the door to poke at the embers glowing within, and added a couple of sticks of wood from the pile on the floor next to the stove, then put a kettle of water on the burner. As the water heated, and she added coffee grounds to the kettle, she turned to the 3 teenagers who were watching her uncertainly. Kelly still sat on the sofa, her face pale even in the warm lamplight, her eyes expressionless. Next to her was Jonas Cox, fully awake now, his body as tense as a ferret's, ready to dart away at the first hint of danger. Michael was near the door, and as Clary's ancient eyes fixed on him, she could see the difference in him, the change that had taken place inside him when he'd come to her, and since then, during the long hours of her summoning of the circle.
"They be comin' now,"
she said, knowing he would understand her words.
"The children be comin'. They be nearby."
She went back to the stove and poured the steaming brew from the kettle into 4 cups, handing one of them to each of the children. As if they knew that the night ahead might be long, they drained the thick mugs of the bitter liquid and felt its heat spread through their bodies. At last, when the kettle on the stove was empty, Clary turned the lamp so that the wick burned low, leaving nothing more than a faint glow to soften the shadows in the corners of the room.
"It be time,"
she said. She went out to the porch, then waited while first Kelly and then Jonas Cox climbed into the waiting boat. Finally, Michael helped her down the ladder, and she carefully seated herself in the small skiff. As Jonas Cox dipped the oars into the water, Michael cast loose the line and stepped into the boat. It drifted out into the quiet lagoon. The moon began to rise as the skiff moved slowly across the water, disappearing at last into the twisting channels, joining the flotilla that was already silently converging on the small island on which stood an altar in the center of a clearing. Clary Lambert watched the candles on the altar. They burned bright, their flames steady in the stillness of the night. She was alone now, the circle of children departed, following Michael as he led them through the darkness. She knew where they were going and what they were going to do, but she chose not to think about it. Rather, she preferred to sit by herself, close to the glowing embers of the bonfire, feeling its warmth penetrate the chill in her ancient bones in a way that the heat from the sun never could. Tonight, she knew, was the night she would die. But not yet. Not until the last of the candles went out. Not until the eyes of the dolls on the altar flooded with tears and she knew that all the children were whole again. Only then would she let go of the life within her, the life she had clung to with a will that defied the vows of the dark man, who had sworn to live forever. Clary Lambert would outlive him, and laugh at him when she met him beyond the grave. Tonight was a night she had long dreamed of, long prayed for. In her dreams, she had always been there to watch the dark man die, watch him suffer as he had made the children suffer. But tonight, when at last the time had come, she found her hatred of him draining away, replaced by a pity she didn't quite understand. So she had stayed by herself on the island, content to tend the fire, certain in her own mind that when the time came for the dark man to die, she would know about it. Just as she would know when each of the children regained his soul. A faint sound drifted to Clary's ears, interrupting her reverie. Barely audible at first, it slowly rose above the steady drone of the tiny night creatures until it filled the night with a scream of pent-up rage, a rising wall of sound that swept across the swamp, finally culminating in a shriek of anguish that shook Clary's body like a physical blow. The end, Clary knew, was finally beginning. 30. Fred Childress had left the mortuary immediately after calling Warren Phillips. He'd gone home to the empty house he'd lived alone in ever since his wife had died 15 years ago. All afternoon he'd paced nervously around the house, every instinct in him telling him to pack a few clothes into a suitcase and drive away from Villejeune. But he knew he couldn't, for if he left Villejeune, he would also leave Warren Phillips and the magic injections that had kept him young for nearly 20 years. Without the injections. He put the thought out of his mind, remembering the sight of George Colton's body when he'd taken it from the morgue to inter in one of the crypts in the cemetery.
"That's you, Fred," Warren Phillips had told him. "That's you without the shots I give you."
Fred Childress had said nothing, but for the first time he'd truly understood what would happen to him without Warren Phillips. So he wouldn't leave town. He would do as Phillips had told him, saying nothing, admitting nothing about the empty tombs in the Sheffield's mausoleum. And it would be all right. Warren Phillips would take care of him and Orrin Hatfield and Judd Duval, all of them, just as he had for nearly 2 decades. But as night began to fall, he'd grown increasingly nervous. His skin had begun to crawl, as if thousands of ants were creeping over his body, and he'd begun to imagine that he heard sounds outside in the night. Sounds of children, coming out of the darkness, creeping up from the depths of the swamp, surrounding his house, watching him through his uncurtained windows. He scurried around the house, turning off all the lights, and then sat in the darkness, telling himself that he was only imagining the demons that filled the night. And then he heard the howling outside the door. He froze, fear drying his mouth and clutching at his belly. The howl came again, rising out of the marshes, reaching out to him, and Fred Childress, unable to resist the keening in the night, moved toward the door. Against his will, he opened it. He saw nothing for a split second, but then there was movement in the darkness, shadows beginning to move out of the pine trees. Fred Childress's heart began to pound once more as he saw the children emerge from the trees. There were 5 of them, 2 of whom Fred recognized. Quint and Tammy Jo Millard, their hands intertwined, stopped at the bottom of the steps to his porch, gazing up at him. Their empty eyes glittered coldly in the moonlight. As the other 3 children joined them, and Fred Childress's fear blossomed into panic, he felt a white-hot surge of adrenaline race through him. For he knew what they wanted from him. They wanted what was theirs. They wanted the youth he'd taken from them. Tonight, they intended to have it. Fred Childress's fear grew into abject terror as he felt the shadow of death begin to pass over his soul. He felt them reaching out to him with their minds, boring into him, as if examining every corner of his being, and then grasping something deep within him, grasping it and tearing it loose. Fred screamed as a searing pain passed through his chest. The agony grew, as if a hot knife had been plunged into him, and he could feel its heat radiating through his body, slowly destroying him. He raised his hands to his face and felt a rough scaliness on the folds of his skin. The folds that had not been there only a few seconds ago, before he'd opened the door to face the children. The children moved closer, and though Fred Childress tried to back away, tried to retreat into the shelter of his house, his body refused to obey his mind. He felt the hands of the children on him now, pulling him off his porch, clutching at him, tearing at him. They lifted him up, his quickly weakening body no longer able to resist at all, and carried him off into the night. They came at last to the edge of the swamp, where they hurled the dying man to the ground. Quint Millard threw himself on the twitching ruin of the undertaker, his strong hands tearing at the old man's chest, ripping it open to seize the shrunken vestige of a gland that was all but lost within the desiccating tissues of Childress's lungs. Ripping a fragment of it away, Quint passed the small mass of tissue to the waiting hands of the other children. As Fred Childress's body finally died, the 5 children felt an unfamiliar warmth pass into their bodies, and felt tears form in their eyes. Tammy Jo Millard, her eyes glistening, put her arms around Quint.
I'm scared,
she whispered.
I ain't never been so scared in my life. I feel like maybe I'll be dying.
Quint held his wife close.
Not dying,
he whispered.
Not dying at all. We're alive. We're alive and we're free.
On the island where Clary Lambert waited, 5 of the candles on the altar were suddenly snuffed out, though not a breath of air had moved in the night. And the eyes of 5 of the dolls overflowed with tears. Nothing, Marty Templar said as he stepped out of the boat into the knot of people clustered on the dock at the tour headquarters. All I could find was a bunch of swamp rats, and you know how they are. They'd as soon spit at you as give you the time of day. Tim Kitteridge nodded grimly, wondering why the swamp rats clung so tenaciously to their own ignorance. But if they wouldn't talk, there wasn't anything he could do about it.
What about Judd Duval?
He asked.
Did you see him?
Templar shook his head. Not a trace. I even swung by his house a while ago, but no one's there. You ask me, we've got one more person to start looking for. A muted howl erupted out of the darkness, then began to build into a chorus of fury that chilled Kitteridge's blood. The hair on the back of his neck rising, he spoke to Marty Templar, though his eyes searched the night for the source of the baleful din.
Jesus,
he whispered.
What the hell is that?
Templar said nothing, his own skin prickling with goosebumps.
Hounds,
Ted Anderson breathed.
It sounds like the hounds of hell baying.
As quickly as it had come, the clamor died away, and for a moment there was a deathly silence over the wilderness. Then another scream rose, this one driven by pain and agony, cutting through the night like a ripping blade. As the screams built, the swamp came alive with the wingbeats of birds bursting out of the trees into the air and insects swarming up from the water's surface. The water itself began to roil as the basking alligators and crocodiles caught the first faint scent of blood spreading through the channels and drifting on the wind. Coming fully awake, they slid off the muddy banks, their tails lashing furiously as they raced toward the source of the pungent aroma. More screams filled the night.
Dear God,
Barbara Sheffield breathed.
What is it? What's happening out there?
But there was no answer as everyone on the dock listened to the still mounting cries of anguish. Judd Duval no longer knew where he was nor what time it was, for since darkness had gathered around him and he'd fled toward the shelter of his cabin, something had happened to him. Something he didn't understand. His mind had played tricks on him. He'd moved through the waterways, certain that just around the next bend he would find his shack and refuge from the fear that was engulfing him. Yet as he rounded each familiar landmark, the swamp seemed to change before his very eyes, and instead of seeing the shelter of his house, he saw only another of the children, the empty-eyed, silently staring children of the swamp, gazing steadily at him, watching him, as if they were expecting him. At first, each time he saw one of them, he brought his boat to a stop, staring back at the child, challenging it. But each time the child, never blinking, moved toward him, and Judd's nerve broke. Gunning his engine, he steered into one of the narrow channels, heedless of where he was going, determined only to get away from those dead, hypnotic eyes. At last, though, he came to his cabin, and the fear began to ebb out of him as he hurried toward the safety of his home. But as he drew closer, he felt the children's presence yet again, felt their cold eyes reaching out to him, felt his skin crawling with their unseen gaze. Then the howling began, the eerie baying that shattered what was left of his courage. The sound seemed to come from everywhere, and now, as his eyes searched the darkness, he could see them once more. Everywhere he turned, the wailing furies stood. He froze, watching the children, his eyes darting from one of them to another, panic growing inside him like a wild beast, gnawing at him, sapping his strength. Then, coming toward him out of the darkness, he recognized Jonas Cox. The boy's face seemed to hang in front of Judd, staring at him, looming just beyond his reach. But Jonas's eyes had changed. Their empty gaze had taken on a glowing fury, and they bored into him, accusing him, condemning him. Judd tried to look away, but it made no difference where he turned. Jonas seemed to be everywhere, surrounding him. Finally, Judd closed his eyes, determined to face the vision no more, but Jonas's image stayed with him. And then, as Judd's skin crawled with an icy chill of terror, Jonas reached out to him, touching him. Judd tried to shrink away from the boy's touch, but Jonas's fingers somehow reached inside him, penetrating him, twisting and turning within him, as if searching for something. And finally, in the center of his chest, he felt a burst of blinding pain, a pain that shot outward, paralyzing him, then twisting his muscles into knots that threatened to snap every bone in his body. A moment later, he felt the rest of the children falling upon him, tearing at him, and his mind began to close down so that all he was aware of was the pain, an agony that crept into every cell of his body. He felt as if he were being tortured with millions of tiny needles, each of them twisting within him, jabbing at him, destroying him. He could feel his body beginning to decay as his cells began to die. An image of Carl Anderson came into his mind, his chest torn open, a vulture perched upon his skull as it plucked his eyes from their sockets. As he felt the same thing happening to himself, as he understood with a terrible clarity the reason for his death, the last of his will to resist crumbled within him. The 6 children led by Jonas Cox pulled Judd Duvall's body from his boat and began tearing it to pieces, dropping fragments of it into the water to be devoured by the gathering alligators and crocodiles. Their cries of rage began to die away as they tore their souls from Judd Duvall's dying corpse, and as tears began to fill their eyes, they backed away, numbed by what they had done. And yet, for the first time in their lives, they felt whole. On the island where Clary Lambert waited, 6 more candles blinked out, and 6 more of the dolls began to weep. 31. Warren Phillips had been working steadily, reducing the last of the fluid he'd extracted from the thymus glands of the 4 children in the nursery into the life-giving element that would keep his body alive and vital. With the 3 small vials he was now placing into his medical bag, he would be safe for several weeks he would use to find a place to continue his work, a place where he was unknown. Yes, the future was bright. For everywhere in the world he would find people willing to pay anything for the magic he had discovered in newborn children. And there were places he knew where babies were cheap, where children were born every day who could be bought for a few dollars without questions of the purchaser or his motives. Next time he wouldn't bother to keep the children alive. Next time he would simply milk them for a year or 2 and then destroy them. That, at least, was something he'd learned here in Villejeune. If he left them alive, they had to be dealt with. But after tonight, after he was gone, it would no longer be his problem to deal with. Dispassionately, he thought about those children, wondered what might happen to them when he was gone and they no longer had the dark man as a center for their empty lives. He suspected their minds might begin to shatter, as Kelly Anderson's had only a month ago. And if they did... He froze as a feral howl of rage echoed through the subterranean chambers carved out of the limestone beneath his house. As a second howl rose, he hurried from the laboratory to the foot of the stairs leading upward. There, Lavinia Carter, her face ashen and her body trembling with fear, gazed upward. Phillips shoved her out of the way.
"The children in the nursery,"
he snapped.
"Get rid of them."
Without waiting to see if his order would be obeyed, Phillips mounted the stairs, pausing in the dimly lit entry hall. Outside, the night was filled with what sounded like the howling of wolves. Phillips knew it was not. It was the children who belonged to him. Black fury rose within him. He controlled them. He commanded them. Consumed with rage, Warren Phillips threw open the front door of his house. The scene before him made his blood run cold. The children stood in a semicircle, their hands intertwined, their empty eyes fixed on him. In the center of the semicircle, alone, stood Michael Sheffield, his son. The deathly howling of the children slowly died away as they saw the dark man standing before them. But tonight he wore no mask, and they saw him clearly. They began to move, edging forward, the fear he had always seen in their faces suddenly gone, replaced with something else. Hunger. Hunger and hatred. The semicircle spread outward, leaving him with no retreat but the house itself. But when Phillips glanced over his shoulder, he saw more of the silently menacing children, crowded into the foyer of his house, cutting him off from any possible escape. They moved forward, forcing him out into the darkness of the night, then joined hands with the others. The circle was complete. In its center, frozen with terror, stood Warren Phillips, the dark man. Michael Sheffield moved toward Phillips, pausing in front of him. The eyes of the father and the son met.
"We want only what is ours,"
Michael said quietly. As an all-consuming fear filled Warren Phillips, Michael Sheffield drew a knife from his belt. He raised it high, its polished blade glinting brightly in the moonlight. Then, just as the knife began to descend toward the dark man's throat, Michael stopped. The knife hovered a few inches from the dark man's neck.
"Do it,"
Phillips said, the words rasping in his throat as his numbed mind slowly realized why Michael had stopped. The fear, the all-consuming fear that had seized him only a few minutes ago, had drained his body of the hormones that had kept him alive so long. Already he could feel the creeping aches in his joints, the congestion in his lungs. As he realized what was happening to him, the fear rose up in him again, speeding his metabolism, accelerating the decay that was raging through his body. He was dying from within, and he knew how painful it would be, for he had long ago determined that the last of the artificially supported organs to fail would be the heart, and the lungs, and the brain. As his skeleton turned brittle and began to collapse, he would be aware of what was happening to him. As his liver and kidneys began to fail, and poisons began to rage through his body, he would feel excruciating agonies even the strongest of drugs would be unable to alleviate. If he were lucky, he would go into shock, his brain refusing to accept the pain his body was feeling. If he were unlucky...
"Please,"
he begged.
"Don't let it happen this way. Kill me. Kill me now."
But Michael Sheffield turned away, and in the silence of the night he and Kelly and all the rest of his children watched as the dark man began to die. As his flesh began to putrefy, and his face collapsed into the grotesque visage of death that had haunted Kelly for so long, a glowing warmth began to spread through her body. As he collapsed to the ground, writhing in the final agonies of death, Kelly's eyes, dry since the first few days of her life, moistened, at last overflowing. Bursting with renewed life, Kelly Anderson joyfully let her tears flow. Amelie Colton crept out onto the porch of her shack. The moon was high, and the swamp was illuminated with a faint silvery light that made the water glint and the shadows dance like black dervishes that might swallow you up if you brushed too close to them. But tonight Amelie felt no fear of the shadows, for there was something different about this night. It wasn't like the other nights, the nights when everyone in the swamp sensed danger in the air and stayed indoors, unwilling to venture out into the waterways, certain that some evil they didn't quite understand lurked in the shadows, waiting for them. Those were the dark man's nights, the nights when the black-clad being was in the swamp, working his magic on the children who served him. But tonight she hadn't sensed his presence at all, even when she'd looked out her window and seen boats slip silently by her shack, boats rowed by the dark man's children, making their way through the darkness toward some unknown place. Then had come the howlings that had rent the night over and over again, rising up first from one place and then from another. The screams of demons were what they had sounded like to Amelie, but for some reason she didn't understand. The sounds that should have chilled her blood had comforted her instead. The devil, that's who Amelie had been taught the dark man was. Even now, in the silence that followed the unearthly howls that had finally died completely away, she could hear her mother's voice.
He be out there, Amelie. He takes 'em when they's babies and he changes 'em. You stay inside here. You go out on his night and he be taking you too.
But Amelie didn't believe in the dark man anymore, for in her own mind she knew he wasn't the devil at all. He was Dr. Phillips. And the night she'd listened to old Clary Lambert talking to Kelly Anderson and Michael Sheffield, she'd known what had happened to her baby. Dr. Phillips had taken him, hiding him, to do to him what he'd done to the other children. But tonight, as darkness gathered and the children began to move, Amelie somehow knew what they were going to do. And so she waited in the silence until in the distance she heard the soft putting of an outboard motor. Her body tensed and her eyes strained in the darkness as a boat emerged from a narrow channel. Her heart began to pound as the boat bumped gently into the rotting pilings that supported her house, and Michael Sheffield stood up. From Lavinia Carter's arms he took a tiny baby boy, wrapped in a blue blanket, and held it up to Amelie.
"We brought him home,"
Michael said as Amelie took her son from him. Amelie's eyes flooded with tears.
Can he be all right?
She asked, her voice choked. From her place on the center bench of the boat, where she sat next to her sister Kelly, whose arm was wrapped protectively around her, Jenny Sheffield answered her.
He's fine,
she said.
He's a good baby. He never cried at all until tonight.
Amelie's breath caught, and then her eyes shifted to Lavinia Carter.
It's you who's been looking after him?
Lavinia nodded silently, her face reflecting all the misery she was feeling over what she had done for the dark man. Amelie hesitated, then spoke again.
Then maybe you better stay with me, she said. It'd be lonely out here, and I don't hardly know what I'm supposed to do with him.
Lavinia's face lit up in the moonlight, and she reached up to take Amelie's extended hand. A moment later, as the boat started away from Amelie Colton's tiny cabin, her lips moved, forming words she would never be able to utter.
Thank you.
Michael and Kelly, whose arms still held her little sister close, waved wordlessly to her as they drifted away into the night. Barbara Sheffield stood silently on the dock, Craig's arm around her. A few feet away, Mary and Ted Anderson clung together too. Both couples waited in the strange silence that had fallen over the swamp. They were alone now, for Tim Kitteridge and all the others who had been at the tour headquarters had left half an hour ago, searching for the source of the unearthly screams that had struck terror into each of their souls. They knew neither for what they were looking nor where they might find it, but they were certain that whatever it was It was something none of them was going to want to face. Some evil, they knew, had met its end in the swamp that night. The Andersons and the Sheffields, though, had refused to go.
They'll come back,
Barbara had said, speaking for all of them.
I know our children will come back here, and we're going to be here waiting for them.
And so the others had left, and they had remained, and the waiting had begun. Now, at last, they heard the sound of a boat approaching, and their breathing all but stopped as they waited for it to appear. It was nothing more than a shadow at first, moving across the lagoon, a dark form all but invisible in the night. It began to take shape, emerging finally from the darkness into the bright light of the moon, and they instantly recognized the three people in it. Their children. But changed somehow, for as the boat drew near, all four parents could feel the difference. Somehow, in a way they weren't certain they would ever understand, Kelly and Michael were not the same as they had been this morning. It was as if they, like the boat in which they rode, had just emerged from a lifetime of darkness. As they gathered their children into their arms, Mary Anderson and Barbara Sheffield heard their children cry for the first time, and their children's tears filled their souls with joy. Epilogue. On the island at the far edge of the swamp, the last candles on the altar flickered out, the last of the dolls began to weep. Clary Lambert watched them for a moment, a soft smile lighting up the weathered planes of her face. And then, as the moon reached its zenith and the night began to wane, Clary laid her body on the ground and let herself rest. At last, after all the years of struggle, she closed her eyes for the last time and surrendered herself to the welcome darkness.